Breathe you like a cigarette, lovesick, I'm feeling it. You're not the one, but I still want you like the beat in my chest. Lovesick, I'm feeling it. I know you're not the one, but I still wanna light up. Breathe you like a cigarette, lovesick, I'm feeling it. You're not the one, but I still want you like the beat in my chest. Lovesick, I'm feeling it. I know you're not the one, but I still wanna light up. Still want you in my body, still want you in my veins. Yeah, my mind's getting caught and set me off like a flame. I know it's masochistic, but when you say my name, I forget how I'm supposed to stay away. Yeah, yeah. And I don't quite know how to let you go. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I lose my caution when we're alone. No, I can't fight it. You're like lightning, won't happen twice.
G'day everyone, welcome back down under. The broadcast is finally back. RLCS is continuing under the flag of the Fortress Global channel, here run fully by an OCE broadcast team in Melbourne, of course. Not all of us from Melbourne. We've got a Tasmanian, unfortunately, here, and an American Brisbanean, guys. How's it feel to be back?
Ladies and gents, we are so back in business. Forget about what happened last split. I can't remember. I didn't even watch it. I wasn't there. But we are so back finally with the best boys in the business. It's good to be back hanging out on a weekend formal, isn't it?
Yeah, I've missed this. I've missed this far too much. And I think everybody, when you talk around the entire scene here, we've missed this so much. So it's so exciting to be back. To go to your point, I mean, I don't think anybody actually lives in Melbourne here. Like, we have no Melbourneites on the desk.
Good. Good. I'm going to say that. I'm going to anger every single production person behind here.
We don't like
again,
them.
they are. Yeah, nobody likes Melbourne. We all know Sydney's greater, so it's all.
Nah, all that's too far south. You got to go further north. It's all about Brisbane.
Fair enough. Well, speaking of going south, OCE.
Very south. Very south.
Actually, you know what? I'll say Copenhagen didn't go too badly. It could have gone worse. It could have gone better.
Yeah.
I was happy that we got into that kind of close-ish round, but still struggling to get those top 8, CJ.
Yeah, I think honestly, the saving grace of the event was Power getting that win over Rule 1. I think that kind of gave the region a little bit of respect. Obviously, Pioneers, they got the win over APAC, beating Elevate. But outside of that, we're just hungry for them, aren't we? We're hungry for some results. I'm tired of just going over there and people saying, is this the time? Tell us about OCE. And for the large part, I haven't been bullish on them, but Power, they went okay. I think that was a pass mark.
Yeah, I semi-agree with you. I mean, yes, it was good to see the Pioneers get the re-win over Elevate, so nice little bit of revenge there. But I kind of see it the other way. I kind of want you to go over there, be bullish, and actually at least get the others to predict that Power is going to get that 2-3 minimum, because it feels like they always get to that point, and yet they're always predicted to be lower and lower and lower. So 2-3 is the standard right now, and that's kind of what I want to obviously go above.
We did have,
I picked them.
because again, we didn't get to watch last split, technically, in theory, but we did have Power going in as a really strong team. That was a great team with a chance of making it the top 8. And I fully believe that given maybe even a little bit more time now and having a bit more LAN experience, they can still do it. I've still got high hopes.
I mean, I think I predicted them top 8, it's all pending.
Yeah.
It's all pending that round 5 matchup. But, I wasn't expecting them to go through round 4, 3, 1. I knew it was going to be sort of a 2-2 situation. And then, they play G2, who make the grand final.
Yeah.
So, it's tough. It's tough there when you're in round 5 of Swiss. You're not the best seed, obviously. We're in OCE. We always come in and we're sort of the number 11 and 15, stuff around there. So it's always going to be hard with game different seeding. And, as we said, playing G2, it's not the worst result for them.
No, and I think, again, the Rule 1 victory was fantastic. I'm not so much sure how much more experience this team needs, though, because Torsauce obviously is the most experienced player that we have still competing. Fever's definitely run the rounds by this point. Banana Head definitely getting the numbers up there. So, yeah, maybe that little bit more, but at this stage, they just got to find that right mindset and get over that last hump, because once they do, I think top 8s will be irregular.
So I think we can say there's an exciting future for OCE. Now, if you guys know, there is a major coming up, the London major is going ahead, and then of course Worlds as well late this year. We got to see how everybody is stacking up at the moment. Power, of course, well and truly ahead after winning last split comfortably, and then all best at the major. So I even will dare say, CJ, that nobody able to catch up with them.
Yeah, they're absolutely airborne, and I think it certainly helps with I guess the points under them. And as you said, Pioneer's only going to round 4. The majors, it's enormous for points. I mean, it's double. Certainly looking at this next major coming up as well, you're getting 40 points if you win the whole event. So look, Team Power, they're in cruise control as far as I'm concerned here, Formal. It's really a battle, I guess, and you're expecting them to make the major as well. It's kind of just a battle for that second spot. Can anyone jump over Pioneers?
I mean, that's going to be the big question. And there's been a lot of roster moves for these teams to try and kind of get themselves there. Like, obviously, big ones happening with the Chiefs, even the Pioneers looking to upgrade the lineup they had coming into this. Of course, I mean, that Chiefs should kind of come with a little bit of that, because that's more Kaka's minions now, the Chiefs, isn't it?
I love you all in chat, by the way. I've missed you guys. Everyone here absolutely excited for the new Chiefs logo. Chiefs rebrand here.
We might have let that one slip through the cracks there. That Chiefs logo.
Whoa! How do you know this is not the new Chiefs?
I feel like I'm pretty across the Chiefs Esports Club organization. I'm not sure if they're approving of this logo, but good to see. That is, I believe that's just Kaka there.
For those who don't know, Chiefs completely disbanded their roster, and the Chiefs organization now picked up Kaka's with obviously roster changes, and that also means that the old Chiefs, I think they had 27 points, maybe 26 points, so even puts Pioneers ahead. But this split, there is about 50% more points on offer, so anybody can certainly catch up with better results.
Yeah, especially if you can get to that major, right? Like, that's where I think, if a team can kind of dethrone the Pioneers in that number 2 seed, get some big points in London, then you're looking at sort of the world's picture as well. So, yeah, definitely looking at Chiefs. There we go. The shield's been blocked up. We no longer have to avert our eyes.
Actually, I kind of missed the old one.
Let's bring that back.
Look, it looks like the update, as you said, we'll have a few day one sort of things going on, but it's just great to be back, as Yummy said. I don't like the chat as much as Yummy does. I think he went a bit far with it. But...
Whoa! How dare you, CJ?
I love you guys. I'm just joking. It's great to be back. And
I will say it's good to finally get some truth out from CJ, because whenever we're not on broadcast, he's just like, God, I hate chat. I just want them to go away. Can we have a chatless stream? That sort of stuff.
I have to mute him. It's too much. I have to mute him.
This is slander, as I would say. No, look, it's good to see. It's going to be a massive fight, and this is the first time. I suppose we're going to talk about this a bit later on. This has to be the first time we've had one split, Yummy, and now we've had one team stick together. So it's great to see.
Now, are they, speaking of the second major, are they Power going to actually qualify for that major? Still make it to Worlds, even if they don't make the major, but... Will they do it? Will they kind of sweep again?
I mean, we haven't seen anything to tell us that they won't yet, right? Like, they're coming in still undefeated. I think the bigger question is, when are they going to drop another series to an OCE team?
Well, I'm hearing from the limited research that I've done about all these scrim results going on, Yummy. Oh, we're beating Power this time. Oh, we're doing this. So we're hearing a lot of stuff around those sort of 2 to 4 teams, but I want to see them, put it into action on the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Chiefs are also meant to make the last major.
That didn't even get close in the end.
I was kind of making a dig at you, but I guess we'll turn that into a dig at the Chiefs.
Well, I mean, they're not together right now. I mean, it's a complete blow up, isn't it? There's no one there anymore. It's
just pile on the dead roster. That's all we're doing right now, piling on. The new Chiefs roster, though, where's the hype for that, CJ? Or is that going to be the team that takes them down?
I don't even know anymore. I don't want to.
Are you disappointed as the Chiefs guy with the roster that they picked up?
Yeah, I am. I support all of them individually on their own teams that they ventured off to, and I wish them all the best. I'm not going to pick sides this time. I think I'm a curse for any team that I follow, so I'm going to stay out of it and just do normal predictions based on my brain.
Okay, predictions then. Who's going to be like that dark horse to maybe make this major?
Chiefs. I just think there's something about Finn that I really gravitate towards in terms of he could be anything. He reminds me of. No, I'm not going to say it. That'd be insulting. No,
say it.
Say it.
You
remember that time where Misty just suddenly was the best player ever, and for that one event, and I feel like that's what I see in Finn. Like I'm seeing if he can find that, he could just dominate this region, but we don't always see it. But I'm excited for this lineup.
I'm kind of insulted on Misty's behalf now that you would say that calling somebody Misty is an insult.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Misty outside of that one event. Maybe you can get away. Look, if I'm going to highlight a team, though, I'm looking at Kabang. I don't think maybe they're necessarily going to be a top 2 team, but I feel like one of these majors, that's going to be a team that's going to go on a run. They're going to be a team that upsets one of the favorites at some stage, maybe even this one. So they're the squad I have my eyes on.
It's a new split, and that we've got an American with us when he calls them Kibang instead of Kib Gang. But Kib Gang, good team. They've got Shores. It could be his first major. It could be, first major if Chiefs do well. Pioneers are super lucky. That looks, I'd say, a stronger team as well.
Exciting.
So they might be my team to continue watching. Which is a little bit of my bias because I was also covering them last.
That's also a cop-out to your own question. You said who's the dark horse? The team that finished second place can't be the dark horse.
Yeah, but didn't you see that the topic moved to teams to watch?
Oh, okay.
So I was just kind of going with the flow. I know it's been 6 months.
Production bailing you out. That's all I'm seeing right now.
Before we get on the structure, I want to give one more team to watch because I've just noticed, I'm scrolling through Liquipedia, Gaming Gamers have 6 people on their roster. They have 3 coaches. That is absolutely unheard of. They've made an extra room on the graphic for them. They're actually a bigger logo to fit 6 people underneath them. I mean, that's crazy.
They have a main coach, a secondary coach, and a mentality coach.
If I don't see them have the best timeout buff ever, they have wasted their time with that. I cannot wait. Anyway,
I want to see them. Yeah, if they're that dark horse goes through, I want to see that be the new meta right now. Every team gets 3 coaches, 1 for each player at the major.
The problem is, I know that they're not going to go through because they have Dumbo on the team, and he's got the Dumbo coach. He's coaching them, of course, but yeah, can never quite make it, Dumbo. And you know what? We don't see it. So in terms of one more team, I guess, in terms of dark horses, maybe somebody like HSP, which still has fades. Misty and Baz, players that I think Misty isn't still trying maybe as hard, and I think that might be to his benefit. Fades and Baz, have been rising stars of late. So
I'm curious on that team, though, because all last split, they kind of had a bit of a nerf where they had, because of work commitments, had to forfeit round 1 in every single Swiss. And I feel like that kind of held them back a bit. So I'm hoping that's been sorted. But yeah, if they're able to play all their games, they could be
I also want to continue a tradition. Now that we've got a main channel back, and just say, I believe in Ground Zero Gaming. Can we just write them off now that they've picked up Luna of all people? Like, surely they have no chance.
To be fair, that was a funny announcement there. I really wish they picked up a Vanpool, but I guess we'll settle with Luna if we have to. Look, let's have a look at the structure, though, Yummy.
Yeah, we're back to Swiss. It's Swiss all the time, even at the majors and Worlds. Now there is a little bit of a different format for those who didn't notice for the Worlds finals, the top 8. going to the AFL format.
Ooh.
Hey.
AFL
But
finals.
as your tried and true win through, you're through to tomorrow. Lose 3, and you are gonskis.
Yeah, win 3 before you lose 3 formula. It's what it's been for a while now. We still seem to not get sick of the Swiss. People find it pretty fair, pretty reasonable way to get a top 8.
I'm
getting a
getting
lucky bracket here or there, though.
I like the Swiss. I think, if there's been any like sort of, maybe we might change it, be, the Saturday, Sundays, that double elim. I like the AFL introduction. But yeah, Swiss, pretty stock standard, win, go in. And I'm surprised no one has called it triple elimination yet, because that's essentially what it's become.
Oh, don't confuse them.
Though. Because triple elim is an actual format that's like double elim, but triple elim. And Swiss is its own format. Come on.
If you were to draw it up, it would come off that same way. The point is lose 3 matches and you're out.
Yeah.
Well, he's kind of right.
Sort of.
Now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, but it looks better on a Swiss. I like the look of the Swiss.
The graphic
let's not confuse people, formal. They already get, if you talk about formats, people just tune out instantly. But there it is. We're back to the Swiss. And
I can't believe we're down to 20 viewers again. Come on.
People hate Swiss that much? Jeez.
Just dive out of there.
Yeah. I'm hungry. I'm hungry for this game.
I thought you just meant I'm hungry. I'm hungry. What's your dinner for?
All right, let's just end the show right there and off to food.
Okay, good. Really, that's
Dinner
awesome.
time for
I need to go to the
everyone.
toilet if we're going to just mention things that, the personal life that we need to do.
I could do with a coffee,
there
for
you go.
sure.
That's perfect.
And we could also go with our first match. And we are going to get the Gremlins versus NTV. Now, interestingly enough, boys, NTV coming in through as the higher seed, technically through the double elimination, because they did get a massive upset through the brackets.
I don't really read too much into the first weekend of qualifiers. Once you get into the top 16, Swiss, it kind of sorts itself out. But yeah, interesting first matchup. Tategano with a pop-off factor over on NTV, but formal. Gremlins.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
They were my team split one, like you were with the Chiefs. I was with this squad, and I can tell you, their highs can be right up there with the top 4, but sometimes their lows are kind of right down there with NTV, so I don't really want to say this one's a gimme.
Whoa, what do you mean right down there with NTV? NTV went through the upper bracket. They took down Ground Zero and Knick Knack, where the Gremlins went straight down to the lower bracket.
Ooh.
You mean their lows are far, far lower than NTV?
We'll see. I mean, I'm not a full believer in NTV yet, which could be shame on me. Tategano in the Uni League, which I know you love so much, Yummy, has been absolutely tearing it apart. So he's been in very, very strong form, and it could be a bit of an NTV upset.
And maybe who are some of the opponents that Tategano was playing?
Went up against, what was the most recent one? It was another top 16 player, Exodus, actually.
I was about to be very mean there, but
You better who me
I was about to ask.
Anyway, look, get your prediction. Look, we have to say this. We don't, with the prediction feature, not quite operational just yet, but let us know in chat what your predictions are. I don't think we have a Twitch poll. We might have to get some polls up for Dave. If there are any mods in chat.
NTV or hashtag GREM, and it won't come up on stream, but we may talk about it if you're lucky. So
we'll glance over.
If there's enough spam, I think it'll catch our eyes.
Look, everybody so far, 100% for Gremlins.
How about we do it, and I'll make up the percentages based on an eye test on the chat. So give me hashtag Grem or hashtag NTV, and I'll let you know the percentages.
And we'll give our predictions at the same time. Despite how much Formal tried to ruin my prediction, it is Gremlins.
Yeah, it has to be Gremlins, right? Like, they are the more experienced team. They got multiple top 4 finishes last split, including that big win over the Chiefs. Might I add, that Game 7, Regional 1.
Yep, thanks
Good
for that.
time.
That was really good. We actually ruined the Chiefs' entire split, that one. No, Gremlins should be able to get the job done here, first series. But again, it's OCE. We've had a long split break, but, it's been a while. We don't really know until we find out right about now.
It's more the fact that every single team, apart from one, has made a change. So Actually, Gremlins are the
Gremlins
same,
have
right?
They're the same.
Yeah, Gremlins.
Yeah,
are the same,
Gremlins.
so-
Gremlins.
Why does this
They
happen?
just-
Like the
They may as
second
well have
team
made a roster
changes,
change, as you said.
the third
in
team
terms of
changes,
consistency.
the fourth team changes, the fifth team changes, but the 14th team, they'll stay the same. No,
Wait,
they're
the
not
Gremlins.
14th.
Gremlins
No,
are not the 14th
I'm
team.
joking. Golly, you take everything to heart when you're a Gremlins.
CJ, I tried to tell you to be a little bit more positive today,
Yeah.
and I think I started the negativity. You jumped on board.
That. But I think chat predictions, let's have a look. Yeah, it's looking like 66-34 to the Gremlins. So shout out to them. They're winning the poll. Perfect.
66.
Yeah.
66-34. Yeah, the math checks out.
Romanian maths. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, no, that was
It
good.
looks
You
a
were
lot
so
more like
hoping.
80-something%, but you know.
I just took a quick
I-
glance. That was all.
I think Yummy was hoping it wouldn't add up to 100. He had some zingers ready to go, if that wasn't correct. Yeah, probably. I
Well,
would assume so.
let's get that guy out of here, Formal, because I don't want to
Yeah.
hear or see of him for at least another 25 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second split RLCS OCE 2024 Open Qualifier 4 as well, if you want to call it that. And we are going to kick things off, Formal. Me and you taking it back. OCE broadcast is back. Can I get a "we are so back" in chat? Here we go.
Yeah, we are so back. Gremlins, of course, in blue, NTV in orange. And I don't know if you remember last season, CJ, but I'm
Nope.
pretty sure we called the first game back then as well. So,
Oh,
you know, history repeating itself a fair bit. Granted, these weren't those two teams, but I want to go back to the match itself and really emphasize, if we are going to see an NTV upset, it's going to come from plays like this.
yeah. Yeah, great analysis there, Formal. I agree. Them scoring goals would help them with the series, but it is this. That's just nice placement early. Cobo was sitting there near post, but top right wide open, and early pressure off that kickoff for NTV.
Yeah, and again, not too surprising. Again, this team can get those goals. I believe they actually are another team that did stick together from last split as well. They were able to get several top 16s and get a win every now and then throughout that Swiss stage. And as mentioned before, in the open qualifiers, they did pull off a couple big wins in order to get sort of a higher seed than maybe what would have been expected. The Gremlins, as top 8, sometimes even getting further than that. And throughout the Swiss stages, it was realistically Caleb and Cabo, but more so on Caleb, who did a fantastic job in split number 1. He was sort of the catalyst to a lot of their victories, and if he is in a similar form to what he was last split, the Gremlins are going to be another top 4 threat.
And we think they might have lost us for a moment. Can I get a "we are so back" in chat if we're indeed back, ladies and gents? Look, as we said, it's day one. Come on. There's going to be a few teething issues, but we're going to have fun along the way. As NTV, as we said, starting very strongly here. First little goal, and now it's the classic get one and hang on. That's the OCE special. Or maybe two Tatagane on. Does he get the power? Follow-up net. Oh, these are very weak shots, but that's an even worse clear. This says I'll have my second of the game.
I mean, it just was so unfortunate there for the Gremlins. They were stuck in the net with no boost, as you can see, so no power off of these clears, and it's just blood in the water for a team like NTV. They're able to get that second goal.
Very nice here, NTV. And how often does this happen? The desk completely sweeps the predictions on one side, and it goes completely the opposite. Game number 1. Gremlins not quite, I'd say, awake yet in this game. We haven't seen the offense and the mechanics coming through that we do know, especially Caleb can possess and Vort. Not Cobo.
I mean, all three of them.
Yeah, all
can
three
be
of them.
that, like, big mechanical member. And I think that was the other big shocker for split 1 for this Gremlin side, was Cobo's mechanics kind of got taken to that next level. And while we haven't seen it yet for the first half of this opening game, it is still a long series to go. Caleb finally able to respond.
Yeah, there we go. Great shot too. Thought Tatagane might be able to get back in time, but it's Caleb with the precision. And oh, I'll tell you what, if he took a better line, he had no boost, but just went a little bit low off that sidewall. Great placement, however, from Caleb. They get one back. Still a lot of time left here, but Gremlins still don't look in peak form early.
they're still warming up, I feel like. However, it's good to see both teams have actually taken advantage of defenses as they run out of boost, which I know sounds like an obvious thing, but I don't know. Sometimes teams might struggle. Good save from Caleb right there. I thought Tadagane just drilled that midfield.
Phenomenal pre-flip save there from Caleb, and that's what they're going to have to produce here. Some great shots coming through. Vaught with a bit of space. Reset on. Save somehow by Ned. Tadagane double commit. This could be where the Gremlins can set something up. If Tadagane has anything to do with it, and that's a great offense. Counter-attack coming through. Net almost with the second pass. Viz was waiting. But NTV being impressive early. They're in trouble here, though. Could be a free shot on. Caleb just throws it high. No one follow-up.
I don't know if Caleb was looking for a double touch right there, or just mistouched looking for the top corner, but there was an entire half of the goal open for that touch. A bit unfortunate for Caleb, and only a minute and a half remaining. NTV still looking to hold on to that 1-goal lead. Vortex just whips. Here comes Tadagane, a chance for the double, and it's a 3-1 game.
So smart from Tadagane. He had one to beat in net, and instead of going the shot near post, puts Cobo backwards and then puts it far behind him. That's class from Tadagane. The people in chat were calling this man a generational talent. I think we're seeing a glimpse right here.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the player that I was most fearful of for the Gremlins. Tadagane, as much weight as you want to put on that InterVarsity League, is looking like the MVP of it for the second season in a row, and it's good to see that result carry over to RLCS. How does that not go in?
Yeah, Caleb just put a hole in the crossbar there, and that pass isn't going to pinch what he wanted. It's a little bit more across the field here. NTV, really impressive game number one. Tadagane as well. I want to give a shout out to him because, you know, in my limited 6-mans playing throughout this year, Tadagane is a one-man that when he is on, he can absolutely carry. This is more than just a meme about Tadagane. He can seriously put a team on his back. Phenomenal start from him in game number one. 40 seconds left. Caleb passed down. Vaught's there as well, but a shocking pass from Cobo with the end of that one.
And not where that pass needed to be. The Gremlins just unable to connect. Still 30 seconds to go. Another opportunity. This one shut down by Viz, as it will go back to the blue side of the pitch. I think that clear should do it. Not really enough time left for the Gremlins to come back in game one.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. Looks like it's going to be NTV to get the best possible start. And here's one more. Tadagane, open net. Can he? No, fake out of the way. That'll do. He's baited his whole team. This pre-flip gets back in time. But it won't matter too much. Might be a consolation goal here late. 4 seconds on the clock. If they can somehow equalize, this will be the biggest throw I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, again, that all comes from... It faked out the entire pitch right there, Tadagane's play, but the counterattack fast enough from the Gremlins, and now 4 seconds to go. This kickoff, it has to be perfect from the blue side. We'll see if they can connect. It's a fake. It's to Cabo. Caleb full take a boost is going to be there. Net does make contact, though, and with 0 seconds, I think it's in a safe spot.
Yeah, he just had to wait longer there, Cabo. He had so much space, but threw it away from him. NTV, credit to them. That first goal was huge to set that one up, game number one. And getting that first one on the board. 12 shots to 9 as well, looking at that scoreboard. So they did have more pressure, more offense.
It's a lot of shots, though, from both teams. I mean, typically you'd expect somebody to be more around the 5 to 8 range. So each team had their opportunities. But, I mean, NTV, I know we were talking a lot about Tadagane. Viz as well. Got the 2 goals to their name, was also the one putting on, I think, the most offensive pressure with those 5 shots. The Gremlins defense, very challenged in this opening affair.
Yeah, it was interesting. I think when you look at that many shots and saves, for you tend to think that there's not really much midfield game going on, which is sort of where, you know, you look at your European teams, that's kind of where the game's won and lost, in that midfield play, where the best teams in the world shine, those 50s, those challenges. But a little bit more end-to-end down here in OCE, at least in that first game there. So just would love to see a bit more second-man operations going on there to stop the influx of shots and saves.
Which is a little bit surprising to me, actually, because Gremlins last split, and kind of historically for a player like Cabo, he tends to play around that midfield line, and he is one of the players in OCE who frequently does go for those midfield challenges. But you're right, we didn't really see too much of that then. If anything, go back to Tadagane, he was kind of the one who spent a majority of time controlling that middle of the pitch, and I think that was a big catalyst for why we did see that orange side control so much of the offensive pressure. Whether or not we'll get an adjustment game 2, well, let's find out right now. Game 2 underway.
We're not the best and adjusting on the fly. But as you said, game one can be just as much of a, just getting a feel of the game. Sort of feels like, when you're doing a swimming race or something, you sort of jump in that water and you just get that shock and the air goes out of your lungs. It's a bit like that in a way less extreme sense, game one of a RLCS match. Kind of got to get your feet wet,
Yeah, but no, normally it's when you get your head wet, when you really start to adjust.
Well, now we're diving way too deep into this analogy, and it just is making less and less sense.
Well, yeah, perhaps, but what I'm saying is that's what I want to see from the Gremlins. They need to get their head wet. They need to get, fully into this one right now. Cabo, that's how you dunk yourself. There it is, 1-0 lead.
Yeah, he's just dropped his head in the water and said, righto, I've acclimatized. Infield pass from Caleb. Really nice positioning there. And no one from NTV watching the center of the pitch. Much better from the Gremlins.
Much, much better. Quick goal, 1-0 lead. And now we get to see what it looks like when this blue side has the advantage, as already Cabo, the one driving it through that middle of the field, won't be able to challenge Satagane from underneath, but with no boost on the defense, an opportunity now for the Gremlins to get really aggressive.
Great start here from the Gremlins on CHN Stadium P. One of my favourite maps in all of Rocket League. That's a nice fake from Caleb, but he has passed it back. Didn't quite get it to work. Almost a second goal.
Yeah, would have been a massive lead. Cabo with the demo doesn't really slow down Tadagane, who gets it to the backboard, and it's Viz through traffic finding the first goal.
Yeah, really nice from Viz, and you can just see the pre-jump came through as Cabo tried to just put a hand up, get in the way, but Viz goes low on him, delays his touch, hits it with his back wheels, drops the bottom corner. Great work, NTV. They are surprising me so far. Pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I'm really liking just how they're setting up their goals, either using the backboard, using the corner. Like, they're just coming across as the more dynamic team right now, and the Gremlins haven't had that answer. Big demo from Viz, still a shot comes from Vortex. The Gremlins will keep the pressure on, but it's super impressive look from the NTV side.
And there you just see a lack of connection. The infield pass gets thrown to no one from Gremlins. That's going to work if Cabo can get it. No, he's missed it as well. Pressure coming through still from the Gremlins, but they've completely overcommitted here. Viz is looking for someone to bump. He can't find Caleb. There's a pass off the wall. Net's overcommitted a touch. Both sides again. This is what we're seeing. Formal, just that lack of midfield. It's just end-to-end overcommitting counter-attack Rocket League.
Yeah, I guess, we're playing, what's comfortable. Although Net with the fake touch sets up Tadagane down and in off Caleb, 2-1 lead.
Caleb just wanted to give his teammates no chance of saving this, as Vaught perhaps could have almost got there. No, he wouldn't have got back in time, but Caleb made sure of it. And NTV with the lead again. Only a best of 5. You don't want to start too slow, 2-0 down.
Yeah, this would be a bit of a shocker for sure for the Gremlins, as Vortex, even though with the boost, did get bumped off the play, forcing Caleb to cut. I mean, again, Gremlins, they're a 2-time top 4 finisher back during Split 1, and the expectation was deserved for them to win this series, and yet here we are, nearly another goal going in, Caleb having to dive back. NTV, they've come out swinging, and maybe this is the dark horse we all should have been looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's what you want to be known as, the 2-time back-to-back top 4er. But it certainly looked better than how they're going at the moment here, round 1 of Swiss. More saves coming through NTV, just over 2 minutes left. Certainly looking a lot more settled. We're not quite seeing Gremlins, keep the ball. They're clearing it away. They're handing the ball back to NTV, and they'll take that all day long.
I mean, look, would you rather be the 2-time back-to-back top 4, or would you rather I call them the team that, ruined the Chiefs' hopes and dreams, Regional 1?
Yeah, I'll take the top 4 and also take top left corner for Caleb. Tying this one up. Again, just so much space in the midfield. Where is everyone? Net 0 boost last man. Viz with no boost jumps up. Bottom corner's free, but that's a class finish from Caleb.
Looked like Net was going for a very extreme no boost squishy
No
save
bush.
right there, but no bush. We're in these are urban teams, as we're seeing Tadagane with a chance, but not able to get the next touch.
We're not on Urban Central. We are on CHN Stadium P. I'll let you know that. So here we go. Gremlins, can they tie this one up? Tie the series up, should I say? Get this second game on the board. Caleb's up. An overcommit comes for NTV. Double commit. No one hit the ball and left it wide open for Caleb yet again.
And now the Gremlins are back out in front, and just no boost on that defensive side. A little bit of scrambling happening. NTV, not where they needed to be. Good heads-up play from the Gremlins, back in the lead, just under 100 seconds remaining. With how back and forth the gameplay has been, we're going to see NTV with more opportunities here.
Yeah, much better from the Gremlins, but can I just say, watching these games, I'm loving, being able to see when a player has no moon or a half moon. These indicators are fantastic as Tatagane's. He's got a quarter moon, got to use it over the top. Cobo full moon, but throws it away. Handy little feature here, just to see how much moon is in the tank.
I know, the more moon, more better. Right now, Viz, though, won't get a chance to use his as they were bumped away from Caleb. He's going to go ahead and steal that boost back. Net moving forward. What a shot!
What a top corner shot coming through from Net. Counter-attack yet again. No midfield yet again. And Net says, I'll have that one. Cobo tracking back. The speed was too much on that shot. The precision. All of NTV now with a goal on the board.
Yeah, and they've all been quality goals as well. NTV, they're just striking so well at this stage. Next goal probably wins this one out, and they are on the attacking half, so we'll see if an opportunity is going to be there. Viz wanted to get that one back to Tatagane. Won't be able to corral it, but still it's the midfield control now coming from the orange side. If Tatagane can get there, that is, and, well, kind of loses it. Yeah,
Cobo, no moon either. He's thrown it away. Huge whiff coming through. Tatagane bailing them out, but they're all low on boost. You can see it there. Tatagane scoops up the 100 Net. He's going to have to wait back post. Good clear coming through. Now NTV trying to push forward. Vort works it around. He's lost possession. Oh, Net's going to leave it. Smart play, giving Viz the free touch. 20 seconds left. This is a huge game coming through. Viz controlling the ball. Gremlins, you feel like they have to win this game number 2. Caleb takes it low, tries to work it around. Cobo keeping it in as well. Can't quite get it to work either. 10 seconds. Are we going to get the first overtime of the series?
I'm thinking so, but if we are going to get a goal, it's going to come from NTV right here. Tatagane puts it on. Vortex diving save. And actually an opportunity for the Gremlins now to bring it back. Cabo is up above Net. Underneath is Caleb was there, but Cabo took the second touch.
Yeah, just completely stuffed that first touch. The pre-jump was perfect. He had the speed, but not the precision. Viz wins the kickoff. Ceiling reset. Locked out by Cabo this time. More pressure coming through. Tatagane last. Controls this one to the corner. Able to grab 100 for himself as well. And works this one out of Net. Cabo with the 50. Again, everything on this midfield game. Who's going to give it up for free? This time it is going to be Gremlins backing off. Vort's up. 50 by Tatagane. Net tracking back. Zero boost for everyone on NTV, and it just rolls in. Gremlins tie the series up.
Oh, you saw that one coming. Net was pulling back for the back corner boost, but not aware they needed to rotate to be the third man, and it's just sort of an easy lob for Caleb. Super unfortunate for the NTV side. However, we now got a series, CJ. It's 1-1. Can still go either way, and I mean the Gremlins, they're fighting a lot harder than you would have thought they would have had to coming into this.
Yeah, it's disappointing just seeing the way these goals are happening from both sides. I mean, we saw before how Gremlins gave so much space for Net to find that top corner counter-attack, but counter-attacks are pretty much the aim of the game at the moment. That midfield play is not quite there. The rotations, the structure breaking down from both sides, and as you said, it was Net just tracking back third man. They overcommitted up front, and then they're just leaving themselves so exposed. No boost, trying to get back in time.
Yeah, it's a tough way to lose, especially in an overtime, especially when you considered what a win would have meant for NTV, being 2-0 up against the Gremlins. If that's not momentum gaining, I don't know what is, but now sitting 1-1, the Gremlins, the team that made that one less unforced error, it feels like the experience might be starting to shine through in this sort of environment, and we'll see if the Gremlins can keep that moving forward.
Yeah, they look a lot more comfortable now, the Gremlins. Perhaps that little overtime win could be something to spark their play up, because although they are, as I said, looking more comfortable, it still wasn't the most secure victory you'll ever see, having to get the lead back, tie it up, force the overtime. But this is more of the Gremlins we expect. Looking for each other, some pre-jump pass play, should I say. Looking for those aerial approach and bringing some speed into the game. That's a great sign for the Gremlins.
Can I go back and kind of make an amendment to something that I said about the Gremlins at the start? I think it's less that they have high highs and low lows, but they're a team that always seems to play at their opponent's level. Like, whether that's rising to one of the top teams or, maybe being a bit more average, although off this, there's nothing average about Caleb's goal.
So basically you're saying NTV's average. Got it. Tatagane, last man, can't quite get it. It's got to be Caleb with the reset. Or maybe Formal. maybe they just needed a couple of games to get going, because that is certainly not what we saw in the first couple of games from the Gremlins. Caleb, though, has been the shining light on this team.
Yeah, that was a great fast goal from Caleb, and a little bit more of the Caleb that we saw last split, so hopefully they'll get more opportunities to show off some of that mech. But for right now, it is the Gremlins challenging more in the middle of the pitch, which is what we were hoping to see.
Cobo throwing that one away. There we go. Some mid... Gonna say there we go, but handed it up. Tadagane beaten as well. Pre-jump coming through Viz. Blocked out by Cobo and beaten. Very awkward for NTV. That's a great catch, and this is what I want to see more of. You just see in OCE form that players are so reluctant when they're low boost to just take low 50s, keep it close to them. You know, they're always looking to throw the ball away. They're looking to get it away from them so they can grab boost and regroup. It just means you leave, you have to rely on your teammates so much then, and certainly opens you up for these counter-attacks. So love to see these players, when they are low, keep it close a little bit more and keep that pressure on.
I mean, we're seeing it more, I think, from Caleb right now than any other player. They seem to be the most willing to go for those challenges, as Cabo, with the full moon, looks to force it out of the corner. Caleb there with no moon is the one who will then pass it back forward. Vortex with the chance, but Viz cuts it away. Unfortunately, couldn't put it straight. Net, neither will get the opportunity.
Yeah, he was so quick on that one, wasn't he, Viz, to keep that one in, but... yeah, awesome demos might open up for 4. Double bump, here we go. Tadagane says, I'm taking matters into my own hands. Gets the demo and the follow-up bump on the third man. Equalizes it for NTV.
Oh, just staying on the play. So sticky, so annoying, NTV. Yeah, they may have lost that last overtime in a bit of a heartbreaking fashion, but I think that's just going to fuel some of that aggression. However, this kickoff, it's looking good for them as well. Net with the chance. Viz coming with a full tank opposite side. Cabo will shut it down before they get the chance.
Great redirect from Vort, but he's able to handle that one pretty easily. Miss coming through. Vort, no boost. Just keeping it close. Viz now pops it up and just completely dusts Cobo. He's looking for a bump again. This could be open if the 50 works. Doesn't quite come through. Tadagane, no boost. Parries it to the corner. Doesn't keep possession. It's a great pass to Cobo. It's incredible, but the save, even better from Net.
That was a massive free jump save from Net right there. Don't know how they read that. Still, though, the pressure is on. Coming from the Gremlins side as Caleb looks to take it around the corner. Viz will slow it down, but again, there's just another Gremlin member there, and that's a good setup. Cabo wants to find Caleb, who I don't think was ready for that pass.
Yeah, the finishing a little bit sloppy there from the Gremlins. Half a game left. Another close one here. Viz, 100 boost, takes it up straight away. Caleb with the pre-jump. Has given Tadagane free reign. He tries to go 1-2. Vort reading that sidewall. Gets it clear downfield. But NTV, again, looking impressive when they do find some offense.
They definitely, the few shots that they've had this game have been dangerous. They got that 50% shot rate, I suppose, if you really call 1 out of 2 50%. Net in on point, but haven't seen as much of an impact from Viz yet like we saw earlier in the series. This time as well, dips it right down into Vortex, and Caleb with the full take-up boost just crosses Tata up, and it's a 2-1 lead.
There's nothing better than a beautiful infield pass, and this has caught out NTV a couple of times. Just no one ready for that infield. Everyone looking for the backboard, everyone covering Net, and the infield is wide open. There we go, Gremlins get the lead back. That's smart play, capitalizing on where the holes are in the defense.
Oof, Nata almost let that one get behind, was able to pop it up, but Viz is still going to miss out. Slow bouncer. Net tries to play backboard, but there's Cabo underneath, and it's 3-1.
Incredibly messy play here from NTV. And then you just see Net just whizzing past the ball, opts to land on the backboard instead, but uses all his boost and hands it straight over to the Gremlins. Caleb again, one on the board. 3-1 now for the Gremlins.
It's got to be a little bit frustrating for those rooting for NTV right now, because they're doing so much right, and the second they make one sort of mistake, the Gremlins have been there to punish again and again, and that's turning more and more into the difference of this series right now. There's so much promise on this NTV side. We've seen their highs. They just need to stop making those little uh-oh moments.
It's a far better follow-up there from NTV. Gives them some offense, but again, just handing it up. Caleb has been that player you spoke about at the start of the game, just looking for pre-jumps in defense, just forcing the pace. He looks like the quickest player on the pitch. He's making magic happen. It's been a difference so far. Here he is again, ceiling. Can he get one more? Reset, goes low, bottom corner, under everyone.
Oh, Caleb, why you gotta do him like that? I know it's the first series back, and It's a good little reminder to everybody who Caleb is. Beautiful reset, flicks it right on through, and probably puts game 3 out of reach.
Yeah, he's just reminiscent of the dynamic duo when Gus was back on the team as well, the mechanics that these guys can pull out. Again, Caleb just been crucial in defense as well. We know his offense, it's easy to see there, but defense just as good. Speaking of poor defense, Vaught almost handing up a free goal there. Drops down, Tadagane might be able to finish it. Pass back down, Viz not ready for the 1-2-3, but might be too little too late here for NTV.
Now Cabo's going to put another shot on. Vortex still there trying to stay with the play. No boost, so will get outpaced. Viz with a chance. Cabo won't rotate back, and that's only a 2-goal game, but 38 seconds is not a lot of time.
Yeah, they need to get going still, but again, there's no reason there for Gremlins to be overcommitting. I mean, they're 3 goals up, 4-1, game locked out with 45 seconds left. They've completely overcommitted in attack and opened themselves up for that 1 goal back. So, again, it's a bit of the OCE special there, Formal. Able to hand up a lead when you don't need to be looking to score. And again, there's more chaos for NTV. They might hand a goal straight back to them. How to work it out. Perhaps the chaos can work for them.
I mean, we'll see. They're going to get another goal here. Never mind. Vortex with the save, and Cabo barely avoids their own net as well. Both teams trying their hardest to score on themselves. However, with that failed attempt, 10 seconds remaining, that should do it. I would have to think so. The Gremlins will get their 2-1 series lead, but it's looking anything but clean during these final minutes.
Yeah, maybe one back for some momentum. Ball down. Couldn't quite get there. Gremlins move on to match point here in this best of 5. But it wasn't all smooth sailing.
No, it was a rough and rocky sea. I mean, I don't know if it's storming a lot down south right now, but definitely still some, game 1 jitters, I would have to say. And again, first main broadcast stream of the year for your OCE, 2 teams that haven't had as much of the limelight on them as well. So I'm not too surprised that, we're still a little shaky.
I'm cutting them no slack here, Formal. They should be. These players know what it's all about. But no, Caleb, we have to talk about Caleb there. Completely stepping up. Highlight clip goals as well. Little ceiling into a reset. Beating 2. Certainly been the difference at Gremlins. He's turned it on since game 1, since they dropped that first game there. And ever since then, really hasn't taken a step back. Taken a backward step. Hat-trick, 600 score per game. MVP performance from him. It's great to see.
Yeah, no, Caleb, this was a lot more of the Caleb that we saw last split coming out now after that game number 1. And as the Gremlins have been looking more and more comfortable, we have been seeing more and more of those offensive plays. I'm still not 100% on the team cohesion. There's still been a lot of passes going awry, but fortunately the same can be said for NTV as well. However, it's good to have that mech in your back pocket, right? I think we've seen a lot of teams it's sort of at that Gremlins level in the past. I always kind of think back to the Direwolves that would always kind of fall back on sort of that mech to bail them out if need be. And I think, Gremlins and Direwolves, that's a good comparison. I like that one.
Yeah. Well, I think you found something there. Yeah, I think you certainly did find something. But as we see, game number 4. Are we going to get a game 5? Feels like all the other series. I might have a quick look around the grounds as well. I haven't actually refreshed and seen, but I did see in chat somewhere that everything's looking pretty smooth sailing. Yeah, we're seeing sweeps everywhere. Of course, the mainstream, the perfect match to pick. Formal. It's the only one seemingly, potentially going the distance.
Yeah, shout out to Jaden for picking the match. Shout out for Dover, by the way, for the amazing camera work. Seeing a lot of compliments going that way. So it is the old crew. Everyone is back doing their part. And maybe a new face coming up soon. But for now, 4.5 minutes still to go in this game. It is, again, the Gremlins looking to set up the attack. Caleb has to dive back for this, and this could be good. That said, the demo and the second touch actually keeps possession on the blue side.
Yeah, strong start here. Coming through. NTV able to get a little bit of early pressure. There's that man, Caleb. MVP of last game and the game before that as well. Does hand it up. This is a nice pass play. NTV 1-2. Got free double Tanagano. Oh, he's handed off to net. Net has said no thanks. I'll be having that one. Turns into a 1-2-1 pass play. And that's some highlight clippage. Harlem Globetrotter sort of stuff.
Oh, if only they had gotten that pinch right above the bar, that would have been a full 11 out of 10. But instead, a beautiful looking attack. And again, the more dynamic team when it comes to the team play, it has been NTV. And almost looking like they wanted to set up something similar right there. Won't be able to connect to it. Pressure on the Gremlins to respond. They will get to the orange side of the pitch.
It's just the beauty of OCE, isn't it? Amongst all the chaos and the messiness, you just see beauty like that every now and then. A little two-man pre-jump pass play. And that's what we like seeing. That's why we stick around. I relate a lot of things to golf, and OCE feels a lot like golf. You can have a lot of bad shots, but that one good shot just keeps you coming back.
That's better. My first thought was, always low scoring. So I like your analogy better.
Yeah, definitely not low scoring in this region. If you watch any of it. Net, great save. It's Vis now. Can you get the beat out? Net's out of again, and he's just got a free touch as Caleb. I'm flying past it with no boost. Vor counter attack. He's got none as well. Tadagana should be able to handle this. Boost underneath him if he wants it. Instead, just passes it straight to Cobo, who says, "Stab that one, Caleb." It's quite work out. The demos. Perhaps giving Gremlins another chance at an attack, but NTV just brute forcing their way out of defense.
Yeah, still though, I mean, it does feel like NTV, the brute force, it's giving and it's taking a little bit away sometimes because I'm seeing a lot of swings and misses, which was allowing the Gremlins to stay on it. Fortunately, Viz has been able to corral it back to that blue side. Now Tadagane with the chance tries to drop it down. Cabo has it read, but Net will stop the clear. Demo as well gives a number advantage for Viz, who finds the top corner.
Fantastic shot, just buries it, uses the sidewall as well, or the side post. Finds one back. 2-0 now for NTV, and well, how many times does this happen? We see sweeps across the board. One other game goes to game 4, and then mainstream game 5, holding the entire bracket up. Can it be NTV's day to cause a little upset?
I mean, I think it's only fitting that our first series back takes us to Champions Field. Vortex can't force it in. Cabo shut down as well, and somehow NTV keeps that one from going through.
Tadagane, just the human wall at the moment, parked himself bottom corner, keeping it out of net. Double save coming through. Perhaps farming some points there, but this is huge for NTV. If Gremlin's got one back there, it's certainly game back on. This next minute, vital if they want to take this game 4.
You would have to think so, but at the moment, we're seeing another good clear from the NTV side, and the moment that ball goes to the blue part of the pitch, that's when the demos come out. NTV has become the more physical team, and is paying dividends for them. Viz, looking for Tadagane. Cabo's underneath, but won't be able to get a good clearing touch. Net, though, way too far forward, but still will get an opportunity. I'm surprised by that right there. The Gremlins relying on Vortex to clear it past the midfield line, and even then, they're struggling.
Oh, look at Tadagane go. 1, 2, 3. Cabo thought it was in. Try to get the save. Tadagane still going. Viz keeping it in. Credit to NTV. 2 goals up. They're looking like they want one more here. Cobo, no boost. Has Caleb. Gets a touch around. Caleb's works. He's found an angle. No Viz in there in time. This has been a fantastic minute. This is what we wanted from NTV. Just to lock things down and make sure that Gremlins don't have a look in. They don't get their hopes up and get active. Tadagane's got no boost. No big trouble. He saved it off the crossbar. This is just it's a massive overcommit. Caleb back in time, but they need 2 goals. They need to get it down the other end.
Yeah, they can't really afford those moments. If they find the openings, they have to keep the pressure on until it goes through. But unfortunately, NTV back on that blue side once more, and it's been so difficult for the Gremlins to clear. I can see NTV burning too much of the clock, although Cabo now might have the opportunity. Only Viz to beat, finds Vortex, yet Viz has the save.
Yeah, they just built the wall. This could be all over here. NTV, they might be able to force the first Champions game, the only game 5. Round number 1 here of the Swiss. That's a great handoff to Caleb. This has to be a goal here, but net again. Oh, they're all flopping like fish. Gremlins get one back finally. 22 left.
And it's the moment when we see NTV pretty much run out of boost, except for Tadagane. Unfortunately, Tadagane bounced off the hood of the car, and don't really know where they wound up after that. So very, very fortunate for the Gremlins, but 22 seconds, this is such a tough ask, CJ.
Yeah, they went to kick off strat 2, and it just didn't work at all. Caleb, though, with the B. Cobo's there, has to go. Caleb, 100 boost, hero last game. Can he be the hero this time? Goes again, goes low, but it's wide. Vis, no boost, 10 seconds. Gremlins just throwing the kitchen sink. Can they find one back? It's a free shot. It's open, Cobo. Where on earth have NTV gone? They just vacated it like there was a fire drill or something. What has happened?
He just parked there. He was sitting in that same spot for about 5 seconds, waiting for the ball to come through the corner, and NTV just couldn't stop it.
All they had to do, Formal, was just sit in net for 10 more seconds. One bump came through. And all of a sudden the seas parted. Overtime imminent. Or can Gremlins just steal this? Pass across. Cobo can't get it. Tadagane with the clear. Oh, NTV, is this the game you're going to regret after today?
I mean, last overtime definitely didn't go their way. Hopefully they can pull something out here in their second attempt at it. Otherwise, the Gremlins will be moving on with that 1-0 record. NTV get the first shooting opportunity. Where's Cabo going? Caleb misses as well, but no one's there to put it in the net.
Yeah, where's the follow-up? It's just Tadagane versus the world at the moment. No one looking. More bumps. Copo didn't even have to dodge it. He just drove around him. Vortex trying to keep this one out. Gremlins still panicking. NTV still in the box seat if they could just find a pass play or some connection in offense.
I mean, Viz is going to put on a shot, but now the middle of the pitch is open, and here comes Cabo. Tadagane tries to get there. Ball goes underneath. Vortex couldn't read that centering play. Still, Caleb will stop any sense of a counter as we wait for Viz to slow it down. Swinging a miss from one Gremlins member, but not the next couple. Now Cabo, full take a boost. Net trying to play defense, misses. Cabo, demo, no, it's saved on the line.
Shot again, wide follow-up. Caleb has to wait because Net's right there as well. Cobo almost cooking with the air dribble bump, pop over the top. Here we go again. Gremlins pre-jump from Net this time, dispossessing in midfield. Viz now with nothing, trying to force this one forward. NTV's defense has been incredible, except when there's a minute left. Then they just decide not to do anything. Net 100 boost with the clear. Anyone in the midfield, met by Cobo. Vort 100. Oh, he's going to turn on this with a demo as well. Has Cobo waiting. Can't get anything to work. Caleb went as well. Cobo keeping it in. Gremlins, they're looking frustrated. They can't find an angle.
Oh, Cabo's pass to Caleb. Vortex still was waiting underneath. Now he's going to collect some boost off the side. Actually wasn't there for them, but the Gremlins, they're playing a very patient game on the attack. Tadagane has enough of that. Tries to disrupt them, but it doesn't work out. Now Caleb. Vortex misses the bump. Caleb loses possession of the play, and the NTV defense so much cooler, calmer, and collected now that we're in overtime.
Yeah, Vort's missed the boost. This could be huge here. Net's going to be able to back off. And again, all of NTV getting out of there as soon as Tadagane got demo. There's a massive opening again. Tadagane off the spawn. Viz with the clear. No beaten out. Ford scores. Gremlins take their series 3-1. NTV had game 5 all but secured, and they let it slip.
Oh, just one too many sort of whiffs there at the end, and the Gremlins, it was a much more patient game, particularly in that overtime. At one stage, yeah, they were 2 goals down, but I don't know, they stuck to their guns, they stuck to the game plan, and it works out for them in the end.
Wow, I cannot believe 2-0 up there, and we've somehow not seen it. Game 5. We don't get a single Game 5 either. Looking around the grounds, you guys can check out the replay while I'm scrolling the other results. It looks like no real upsets. Actually, there's 3 seeding upsets, and one team that I want to point out, the team that I had as my team to watch formal, the Gaming Gamers, with 6 players on their roster. 3 coaches got swept in the first round of Swiss.
Oh, I was so ready for you to like hype them up, say they got through it, the coach strategy was working, but I guess that's not the case.
It's pretty disappointing there for the Gaming Gamers, but it is a long Swiss stage formal.
It is. They'll have their times to bounce back, I'm sure. I'm just taking a look at some of the other interesting results as well, and I mean, hey, the team I was looking at, the Kib Gang, they got their win, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Well, there we go. That's not too bad, but I mean, what a throw there, Yummy. It's interesting to see. It's an OCE special. No midfield, all counter-attack play. Gremlins get the job done, albeit not convincing.
I would say, NTV looked really good at most of the times, but in the defensive half, they do play very much like a team all around the pitch, but they would end up being in these really trusting positions at times where they kind of just see their teammate in a spot ready to go for the ball and completely back out of the play. And then when they make a mistake or get beaten, all of a sudden it's beating out multiple people. In that last play, it was 2 people rushing forward to front post and the third person trusting so much they'd gone to back boost, so there was nobody left in the net anymore. In previous plays, it was 2 people rushing towards the ball, 1 person going up, and the second person pulls out. I'd like to see that second person, play even more trusting, I guess, in the defensive end and go into another position, try and cover someone else, knowing that their teammate is there And then if the mistake happens, they'll be in a better spot to follow up. But, I think it was a good showing from NTV. It was a better showing from Caleb all around. He had a really great series overall. So, maybe not be the result the Gremlins want, going 3-2, making their bracket that much more difficult. But it is a win nonetheless.
I mean, outside of that, all of the top seeds for the most part, there were a couple upset seeding wise, but the expected teams, sort of our top 6, all getting through fairly easily, apart from the Gremlins.
You can see the difference, though, that just even losing one game makes. Gremlins are going to be the number 8 seed now. They're going to have to verse Power in round 2. You don't want to be doing that. And Kib Gang, who are a team that should be, fighting towards the top, that I think it was Formal said could make it, because he called them Kibang, could make it a major. Well, they're going to have to go up against the other major team, Pioneers, because they dropped a single game. So it really does go to show how important each game is.
Hey, that's calculated, right? Because Pioneers is the team they're going to have to beat if they want to get that major slot, assuming Power's in that same form. This is big brain stuff right here.
Actually, I think according to Liquipedia, it's the other way around. Gremlins get Pioneers.
No.
Oh. Well, this is why you should never let me be your strategist.
No. Don't worry, Formal. It is going to be Power versus Gremlins and Pioneers versus Kib Gang.
Okay.
So you're all good on that one. And we are actually going to have Power versus... hang on. Yeah, Jaden says Power versus Kib Gang on the stream. Still don't know.
That's what it says on Wikipedia. Where are you getting your information from, Yummy?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Because I think Gremlins went 3-2 because they should have won that last game.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Everyone say, come on, Yummy, in chat. It's only...
I'm too old. I'm too old to do maths anymore.
Look, round one's over, Yummy. You need a little break, I think, to compose yourself, and let's get into some more action after that.
We'll bring in for the first time ever Queen Morgie.
but it has instinct and a ferocious desire to survive and reproduce. Their antennae detect food and water, so the roach keeps its antennae clean. They're small and can fit into cracks and crevices. Roaches have great peripheral vision. Come on. The cockroach doesn't really have a brain per se, but it has instinct and a ferocious desire to survive and reproduce. Their antennae detect food and water, so the roach keeps its antennae clean. They're small and can fit into cracks and crevices. Roaches have great peripheral vision.
Keep you got me twisted. Freak of the week like keep you got me twist. Freak of the week like keep you got me twisted. Freak of the week like keep you got.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. We got rid of Yummy because for some reason he was making up things about the bracket. We didn't know what was going on. It's me and Formal back. But can we welcome, making her RLCS debut here in OCE, on the OCE broadcast, we got Queen Morgie. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you for having me. And look, I don't blame you guys for replacing Yummy. It's a fair call. I'm excited to be here and see some good gameplay.
I mean, it was a long time coming, I think, Formal, to get rid of Yummy. I'm feeling better already. I think we can all agree. Can we get a one in chat if you agree that this is just way better without Yummy? But look, great to have you here. Obviously, we had the first matchup, Gremlins on the mainstream, Gremlins and TV. We had some other matches as well, Formal. I'm going to throw you on the spot here. Talk me through some other matches of that first round. Oh, Formal, you muted. Formerly you muted.
No fun. Yep. Okay, there we are. I'm back.
Pretend like that didn't happen and go again. Golly, it's day one.
It's day one.
Yeah, it is.
Day one. Yummy pulled the cord out of my mic on his
Classic
way out. But no, yeah. Kib Gang being, the only other team to get a win 3-1 right now was kind of, I would say, the biggest story. Outside of that, just a lot of 3-0s, kind of the expected results. Nothing too shocking. Power, Chiefs, Pioneers, all through easy. Ground Zero even got through easy. So far, we're kind of flying the expected course.
Well, we talked about teams to watch, players to watch. Obviously, well, you went on the pre-show. Who's your team to watch for this split?
I knew they were going to get brought up, but Kib Gang was the team that I was looking at this split. Just because I feel like they're a team. It's a team made of players who are scraping on the heels of that top four. They're mechanical. You've got Scrub, who an ex-Pioneers player. Shores and Gus, both really mechanical, solid players as well. I was almost a little bit surprised that they lost a game to Tonka Trucks. Not to say that isn't a good team as well, but that was a little bit surprising to me.
Well, speaking of Kib Gang, that's our next matchup here on the mainstream. So we may as well just dive straight into that one. We got Power taking on Kib Gang as our next matchup here in round number 2. Team Power, formal. Well, one of the only teams outside of Gremlins to not make a roster change, which is great to see. What are your expectations for these guys coming into Split 2?
I mean, again, until we see them drop a series against an OCE team, you kind of have to be leaning on them to be not just favorites, but quite heavy favorites as well. And the way how I see it, this is the punishment for Kib Gang for dropping that game, Morgie, to the Tonka Trucks to kind of put them in that number 8 seed. And this is who you go up against when you're the lowest seed.
Definitely a terrifying team to come up against. Like you said, Power have just been so strong and so terrifying on the pitch. Look at their performance in Copenhagen. I think one player in particular really seemed to stand out to me there, and that was Banana Head. I think the first series against G2, the first game that they won, Banana Head really popped off. And I think if he can continue that performance today, I don't think Power's going to have too many problems.
Yeah. I mean, and that's just it, right? Power is a team that took games off of G2. Kib Gang is the team that unfortunately dropped to the Tonka Trucks. So when you kind of compare them in that light, it's looking like Power, right, CJ?
Yeah, as you mentioned, Banana Head, I think he broke or equaled a LAN record for most goals in a single game. We did suggest him to spread them out over the course of a series next time. Might be a lot better as game 1 was good. Outside of that, I think they conceded 14 goals in a row. But Team Power, you'd have to give them the favourites in this matchup. I mean, they're the number 1 seed out of OCE. We're expecting them to be the number 1 seed for the rest of the season, moving into the Major and the World Championships as well. But this new lineup, as you said, team to watch, Morgie, this Kib Gang, it brings me a lot of intrigue because, on paper, they can really be an upset team.
Yeah, definitely. But I think one other factor that we need to look at here, and one other thing not to ignore, is the coach factor as well. Jimmer, having been in the scene for so long, having been with Power for so long, such an incredible coach. And we were talking about gaming gamers earlier, having 3 coaches. Sometimes coaches aren't the be-all, end-all in these series. But I think a team like Kib Gang, kind of with those, they're still quite strong players, could do with a good coach.
Well, hold on, Morgie. Just hear me out on this one. We give the gaming gamers a 4th coach, but that coach is Jimma. Would that help the gaming gamers? If they were able to steal a 4th coach, either Jimma or LBP, if they were to steal that 4th coach, would that help them then?
Defeated with absolutely.
I don't know what's going on with gaming games, if they just got to add a coach after every event, but we have to give a special shout out as well. We mentioned Jimmer for Power. Kib Gang, it's not on the overlay there, but Prof hopping over for Kib Gang, former obviously Pioneers coach, doing a lot of work with those guys previously. Back up. So it's great to see them there. Get your predictions in chat because we're about to jump into it. Predictions on... we haven't done predictions. I haven't done... Look, we're all going Power, aren't we?
It's Power.
We're all going Power.
Yeah, it's unanimous. It's unanimous Power. I'm picking for you.
There we go. Everyone's going Power. Let us know what you've got in chat as well, because this is... I'm excited about this matchup. There's just that element of the unknown with all of these new roster moves outside of Power. And Kib Gang could be that team. But look, it's going to be a big one. Round number 2 of Swiss is upon us. And I just want to say, guys, have some fun with this one. Queen Morgie on the debut. Take it away.
Thank you. Excited to see these two teams take on round 2 again. Looking like Power is just super dominant. But I feel like if there's going to be any team that's going to upset them a little bit today, even if it's just to take a game or 2, it's Kib Gang. Well, yeah, outside of the top 2.
Definitely has that potential because, yes, this is a new lineup, new team, but these are 3 players who are very experienced in playing against Power. Unfortunately, Gus wasn't able to hit that double touch, which would have been a nice exclamation mark on that point. But, yeah, I mean, Scrub has a history of beating these players. Shores has taken him down before. Gus, I mean, has competed a lot against him. I'm not sure he'd have a very strong record against Power, but they know how Power operates.
Oh, definitely not untouchable. And I feel like any team that is sitting in this top 8 or even top 16 right now, you know, if they're able to recognize patterns in the top team's gameplay, you know, you can work through that, you can challenge them better. So I feel like, you know, they really need to adapt and yeah, try and do anything to take on Power right now.
That said, one of what I felt like was the distinguishing characteristics for Power back during Split 1 was how forward they were playing and how physical they were playing. And to go back to some of CJ's points about controlling the middle of the pitch back in our last series, Power was the team that really felt like they did that the most efficiently all throughout Split 1, and it was a big reason for their continued success. So I'll be kind of curious to see if the Kip Gang is going to be able to play around that, if that's the style Power kind of approaches in this matchup, if Power maybe shows us something new coming into this matchup as well, if they're looking to mix things up. But I'll be very curious to see how this plays out. Good break up there by Scrub.
As you mentioned it, I guess keeping control of the ball is definitely a point I feel like is overlooked a lot. We're always looking at the players with the flashy mechanics, players that are going to, you know, double foot reset, a shot into net, almost a shot there from Banana Head, but it does get saved. I do feel like control of the ball is something that's definitely overlooked, and players that are able to kind of master that and keep the ball close, and past 1, 2, maybe even 3 defenders are really important in these games.
You know who I've always kind of considered the best at that? Fever. Guess what team
Yes.
Fever's on? So that's going to be a bit of a problem moving forward. Banana Head also has those pop-up moments. Like, this Power team, they're just so good. They're so scary. That said, most of this first game has kind of been controlled by the Kid Gang. Kid Gang have had a lot of scoring opportunities.
Definitely, and most of this game has also been played in the midfield as well. We've only seen 1, maybe 2 kind of shot opportunities from both sides at the moment. Gus going to take the ball back down Power's end, but Fever there to receive it. Again, we're going to take the ball into the top corner, maybe cause a little bit of chaos. Shores passes into the center, but Torsos is there to catch the ball.
With that demo from Banana Head, it will give Torsos the space to go up the pitch. Full take a boost now, gets it around Gus, late flick, and the first point goes to the vet.
What do you do about that if you're Scrub? I think Scrub had no boost. It was on very, very low boost going up for this. Torsos off the roof, not too much structure to go.
I feel like, and I feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on this one, both Morgie and chat, if you're actually listening to us right now. I feel like Torsos over the past year has been getting a lot of unfair criticism, and I just think it's straight up ageist, because Torsos, yes, has been around for a long time, but my man is still playing so well. Plays like that, just further evidence of it.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I feel like the other kind of point to that is like the competition is getting tighter and tighter as time goes on, and that's no discredit to Torsos at all. He's a fantastic player and he has been around for such a long time. The competition, you know, we just see other players emerge, you know, all the new young guns that come into the scene, they're really mechy and it just causes a bit of a disruption. But I think Torsos has stayed really strong and consistent throughout all the time he's played.
And again, and also some of the criticism I think in the past has come from the performance at majors, where hasn't had the brightest showings, but I think this last major we saw a very similar Torsos that we see in OCE. Again, like there were some series where Torsos was absolutely popping off. So my point is the vet still's got it. Let's not write him off just yet. Old people have feelings too. All right, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Yummy there. Gus, though, tries to take the shot but won't be able to put it in.
We would be the oldest 2 in this game at the moment. Formal. I feel like all of these players are about maybe half of our age. I'm not too sure at this point. I mean, the age getting dropped to 13. I can't believe.
Yes.
I'm 26 formal. I can't believe there are players half my age playing RLCS now. That's wild.
It is kind of crazy to see, but again, it's just opened the door for a lot of this young talent to really shine and show off. Speaking of younger talent, well, the younger team would be the Kid Gang. They have been struggling to get that goal. Only 43 seconds remaining. Gus has an opportunity if they can get it back to Shores. Unfortunately, pass back wasn't deep enough.
Yeah, I think Shores was potentially sitting a little bit too deep, then maybe waiting for Scrub to return on the rotation. But you know, you got to have a little bit of faith in your teammates in situations like this. But to say that for Power to be only up by 1 goal at this point, I think is really incredible.
Fever did just kind of miss that open net. And I'm not going to brush that one under the rug, but again, the fact that that opportunity was there kind of speaks to the pressure Power's put on. Banana Head solo play won't get it through. And with 10 seconds remaining, last effort from Scrub, shots on and in. And all of a sudden, the Kid Gang are looking at an overtime.
What an equalizer. 6 seconds left. Perfect timing to get that. I agree with you, Formal. I think we will be going to OT. Unless we see typical OC kind of kickoff goal right here and now, which it happens. It happens. You don't reckon?
We got that out of our system game one. Okay, we had to rip that Band-Aid off straight away. Banana Head, though, looking for something, is going to get it to the backboard. Shores drops it down. Gus lets it fall, and we go to OT.
Beautiful. We love a bit of OT form. It's never fun to cast when there's an overly dominant team, albeit coming into this thinking that Power would be that dominant team.
Oh!
And never mind.
Might have to rewrite that because it's Shores who's going to get the goal off the kickoff. Scrub putting in the hard yards right there, drawing all the pressure. And Banana Head, despite the boost, was a little late in using it, couldn't get the clear, and the Kiv game take one off Power.
I'm just going to say it, Formal. We called that this team was strong. I know they dropped a game to Tonka Trucks in the first round, but this is a strong team. These players are mechanical, they're fast, they're speedy, they've got experience. I maybe it was a bit of a last-minute throw together after last split, but I do think this is going to be a tough series for Power.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be. And again, Scrub and Shores, the two coming up with the goals. In my eyes, I know a lot of people look towards Scrub because they have, so much success with that Pioneers lineup. Gus as well, part of the Chiefs, had all that hype. But Shores has been the player who has been maybe a little bit more silent, but has just been improving so much over the past 2 years. And it's getting to a stage right now where Shores is due for a major appearance. Shores is due to get to that international stage. And I do feel like if Kip Gang does pop off, Shores might be that standout player.
Definitely. I mean, Shores does have some LAN experience, technically international LAN experience with the Commonwealth Esports Championships back when he was playing on Kaka's Minions.
Funny you would throw to that.
No, I mean, you said no international experience. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're right.
Credit.
That is fair, and I'm going to give you credit. For those of you who do not know, for those of you who might be tuning into an OCE broadcast for the first time and maybe not in the region, Queen Morgie is our resident bronze medalist from the Commonwealth Games. So I apologize. That does count as
not
international
why I mentioned it. Not why I mentioned it.
I'm putting you under the spotlight right now, okay?
No, but
because it's really, really cool.
Oh, thank you. Well, I do think that I do agree. I do think that Shores is due for a RLCS appearance at some point, a LAN appearance in that sense. I think, I didn't really notice Shores too much as a player until I did see him playing on that Kaka's Minions squad. And I think he really did have an opportunity to shine there. I feel like this team gives him a little bit more room to grow, potentially. And I'm really excited to see where this squad goes if they do stay together, hopefully.
Big bump from Banana Head, but Torsos isn't able to get around Scrub. An even better recovery, realistically, from the orange side as Torsos puts another one near the net, but can't quite put it through. Power coming out swinging right now in our second game, but not really resulting in the point yet. Torsos had a chance. Scrub again gets underneath the defense from the Kid Gang, looking very solid. Now Scrub can bully Fever. Still they make the save.
Power looking a little bit scrambled in offense as well, trying to push up the field very quickly. You've got to be careful with your rotations here. We saw a couple of whiffs. Fever going to put a shot a little bit too wide, and we're going to get Kid Gang on the counter-attack now.
Gus looking for the next touch. It's in! And we're looking at a Kid Gang 1-0 lead.
Formal, is it too early to call a win for Kid Gang, do you reckon? What do you think?
Again, we all saw last series, all right? We can't call anything, especially not against Power. However, that double was so slick out of Gus. Kid Gang, they're looking more consistent defensively. They're looking very dynamic on the attack. They're putting together that recipe of how you take a favorite down.
Definitely, and I do love watching Gus play as well. Another player, I guess here I'm saying it again, another player with LAN experience. Gus was, I believe it was the placeholders at the PAX LAN, came second. Gus got MVP, didn't he, I think? So again, very recognized for his skills and for his mechanics, for his just strength in the game. So definitely one to look out for.
I mean, Gus has that history of being part of teams that are just on the cusp of getting through as well in RLCS. Again, the Chiefs last split, Gremlins last year. Gus really has broken out on that scene. And while this lineup might not have, the quote-unquote star power that some of these other rosters have, I mean, they still have the talent. Gus could be the surprising catalyst here. Now Gus is going to be trying to play setup. Sure is in the process of rotating back, so they won't connect on this occasion.
Well, this is something you and I talked about, I think, on the Uni League cast the other day, but kind of the importance of, whether a game is do or die for a team in factoring that into how well they're playing. Looking at Power, how many points they already have, they're pretty clear. Losing this, you don't want to lose, but losing this, it's not the be-all, end-all for them. Whereas Kid Gang, a new roster with, having formed with no points, they want this. They need this. To beat Power as well, that would mean everything to a team like this right now.
I mean, it would mean a lot for the Kid Gang to get this win. Absolutely, I agree. But, I mean, Power hasn't lost to an Oceanic team this year, right? And I feel like that's something... that probably plays a bit more into it than what one would expect. So I mildly disagree. I think, yeah, on paper, yes, you are correct. But it's going to mean something for the team to hold on to that undefeated record, no?
Definitely means something. I feel like we saw that with some of the teams the other night, for sure. The ball up center is going to get blocked by Fever though. Banana Head on the counter attack. Shore is taking the ball to the corner, trying to control it a little bit. Gets blocked by Torsos. Fever with a pass in, but Gus there to read it.
And again, the defense from the Kid Gang, so controlled, so patient, but in that right spot at the right time. Power, I want to see them get a bit more physical again. They really need to find something to disrupt this Kid Gang back line. They just not have been able to get that offensive pressure we're kind of known them for them. As Fever with the full tank of boost gets the ball passed back right towards them. A chance for a double here. Shores misses. Banana Head does as well.
We need a solid handful of Torsos demos. I think that is what Power needs right now to throw this Kid Gang team into a little bit of chaos. I agree, we haven't seen too much physical play out of them so far. Power have been very controlled in their touches though. Banana Head going to take the ball downfield, gets blocked very quickly.
Oh, no.
Gus with a shot that goes a little bit too wide.
Well, Torsos was on the left side, the right side was open, and yet the ball just goes straight to the defender. Missed opportunity for Gus right there after such a great setup, and now the bump. No, Torsos couldn't find Scrub either, so look, Kid Gang may have missed the scoring opportunity, but the defense still holds strong.
Definitely. Almost 40 seconds left now, and we haven't had a goal in a little while. Kid Gang with a 1-goal lead. Power still unable to score, which is a little bit shocking at this point.
Yeah, it's very shocking in my eyes, but a shutout would be massive, especially a shutout to go to match point. Still Fever, late reset, finds Banana Head. Gus reads the play, gets in the way. Torsos can't quite sneak it in. Only 20 seconds left. Fever won't get to the ball. Kid Gang, they're so close to being on match point.
Torsos with full boost, scrambling to net just then to be able to get that save. Fever going to send the ball back up to Torsos, who stayed up in the half. Going to try and get a shot with an angle, can't get it. Gus is going to clear it upfield. We're going to see another shot, not quite. Ball's just going to probably just going to get put down by Kid Gang at this point. They want to secure that win. They want to go on to match point. And we're going to see this team really, really put Power under pressure right now.
Oh my goodness. Kid Gang one away from being the first team to take down Power in OCE. I did not have this on my bingo card, Morgie, but maybe we should have. I mean, informed Kid Gang, they look strong, but it's their defense that impressed me most in that second game.
Absolutely, and that's so telltale by the amount of shots by these teams right now. I seem to be missing Banana Head's stats at the moment, but just out of Fever and Torsos alone, 11 shots compared to Kid Gang as a whole only taking 5 shots. Power, I don't know, we've had a few shots gone wide, but you are right that Kid Gang's defense is just insane right now.
Yeah, and again, Power's going to have to find a way to disrupt it. In the past, I always kind of look towards the physicality as a way to do it. Maybe you'll give up some of the midfield pressure in the process, but it feels like that has to be the direction that they take. It is interesting, though. Banana Head, the reason why you didn't see the stats, immediate car swap.
Yep.
After that game ended. They were just, boom, car swap. We need to do something. We need to reset this mental. I think Jim has got to be in their ears right now, and this is where that coaching advantage we were talking about before has to come into play.
Do you feel like a car swap is enough to make the difference right now, Formal? Is a car all that's going to make the difference right now?
I mean, it depends on the player, right? And I think Banana Head is kind of known for doing this a fair bit, so I think it could. Banana Head, again, back during the Pioneers days, haven't really seen too much on power because they've never really been in this position that much. But when the Pioneers were behind, Banana Head often was the catalyst to get them back into the match. Maybe he's going to pull off a little bit of that banana magic here in game number 3.
I always was worried, I guess, that a car swap, depending on the car, I guess, if it's got a completely different hitbox, I feel like that would completely throw off my play. So I feel like that is a major factor in it, and that kind of depends. But, you know, if that's what works for Banana Head, then that's what works for Banana Head.
I also think actually something that's interesting is Fever repping the team colors right there. Last year, oh no, Banana Head, oh no, okay.
Seeing Power a little bit too frazzled right now, getting a little bit comfortable in their own net.
Yeah, no, that was a spooky moment, but it didn't go in. Oh, no harm, no foul. Banana Head now is going to get the shot on. Second touch puts it in, and yes, Banana Head is back.
Oh no, Formal. I don't know if that was so much as Banana Head being back as it was from us with the whip there, but we did have a bit of a ghost hit coming off Fever, so you can't blame him too badly, but that was super unfortunate. Didn't expect the whip either.
It was a chaotic goal, but still, look, Power's on the board. Power has the lead. First time this series, the pressure's going to be on the Kib gang to try and respond. Let's see how aggressive they get. Everyone's super far forward right now from that orange side.
Exactly, and that momentum can mean everything for Power right now. I think we've seen them in the past, you know, start off some series slowly, and I'm talking about previous splits, even previous majors, where they start a little bit too slow and then build up some momentum later. Don't know if that's going to be enough for them right now, though.
Well, I mean, this goal's certainly going to help. You can see Shorez just doing the work, gets a beat on Banana Head, and the extra push from Scrub, kind of like a footy scrum, to get that ball over the line. 1-1 right now. Kib gang, they responded very, very quickly. Fever, though, with possession and boost, only has to beat Gus, gets the demo. Scrubs there.
I am wanting to see a little bit more creativity out of, I guess, both teams right now. We've had a lot of goals that have been, I guess, fairly simple, like we said earlier, a little bit chaotic at the start of this match. But I know all of these players on the field right now are really capable of some incredibly mechanic, you know, creative solo plays. We haven't seen too much of that out of them yet. It's been pretty just go hard, go fast Rocket League right now.
I mean, I've been seeing more attempts coming from the Power side, but it hasn't worked yet. Although that touch from Fever! About Torsos, 2-1 lead.
Torsos with just a little tap in here in the corner. That was going in had Torsos not touched it, but still incredible. Perfect team play, exactly what Power needs right now.
I just don't understand how Fever found both the angle and the power. Like, that was the pinnacle of the sweet spot on that hitbox.
Definitely. And we're going to see another shot of both Fever and Banana Head, not quite able to get that on target. This is chaos right now, Formal. I don't know what's going on with these teams.
Oh, this is not the Power I was expecting to see today. This was not the Power that went undefeated split 1. They are making some awkward touches. Granted, they still have the lead right now. However, I mean, Kib gang, they've shown they have the promise. They've shown they can put this one through. I hope for, you know, Power's sake, they can settle themselves right now, or otherwise this game is going to equalize.
Definitely. We're seeing a few attempts at bumps here as well, which is what, you know, we love to see it. We love to see a little bit more physical play. Gus going to take the ball into the corner. Gets a nice touch. Can't quite get it over Fever, though. He's going to go to the roof. Maybe look for a pass. We've got a demo as well on Shorez. Here comes Torsos with these demos.
Yeah, Torsos gets the backboard pass and the demo. Now someone's got to put it in.
Oh
Fever will force it through. And that is the Power from Split 1. Again, the aggression, the bumps, the demos, and then the actual ball going into the net part of it all.
I feel like you might have been right about Jim being in their ears at the moment, telling them, come on guys, you need to step up right now. We need to get some goals, we need to get some games. That was perfect aggression from Power.
Yeah, it was exactly what they needed. Kickoff looks good as well. Scrub makes the save. Gus will clear it back out. Again, though, this is only one game. Power is still going to have to try to reverse sweep this one as Banana Head goes for the fake. You can call that a fake, but Fever wasn't able to follow it up.
Less than 2 minutes to go. Kib gang still plenty of time to get this back into their, into their advantage. Going to see a shot off, but Torsos there to save it as well. I think Torsos has been getting a lot of saves this series.
Torsos has been definitely on that back foot. I mean, currently in this game, has the same amount of saves with Banana Head. It's actually Shores leading the save count with 5 with a minute and a half remaining. I mean, again, Kib Gang has been on the defensive foot. They were on the defensive foot all of game 2 as well. Gus now with a chance to cut this lead down, puts it in the right spot, and we're back within 1.
Back within 1 with a minute 20 left. Plenty of time here for either team to really score a few more goals. Gus, perfect timing though to get another goal. You know, just to up Kib Gang's mental a little bit more and give them a little bit to root for in this game.
It's being brought back more and more still. A lot of time left here. Scrub will look for the equalizer straight off the kickoff. Torsos full tank as well. Will have to beat the challenge from Shores. Is unable to, but Fever's in the right spot. Deep clear Scrub off their own backboard, and a lot of space being given to both teams right now as we see the pass across. Torsos misses.
Yeah, definitely. No one really keeping that kind of controlled solo play of the ball. No one really challenging super early either. What a fake from Scrub. Passes to Gus, gonna shoot. Goes a little bit too wide. Oh, that is so unfortunate. You'd be so gutted if you were Kib Gang right now.
Oh, that was such a great setup, but they're going to get another chance. This time it's all Scrub to the backboard. Shores doesn't have the height on Fever, and Gus lets it get behind them as well. Time fiddling away. Fever goes high. Gus does get the read, but drops it for Torsos. Shores fortunately got underneath.
Oh, the ball gone to the corner again. Banana Head with control of it. Can't quite keep possession though. The ball's going to go back down the offensive end of Kib Gang. We're going to potentially see another opportunity here if they can manage to get the ball off Power. We're going to see it back in the midfield though. Gus going up for a touch. Passes to Shores. Shores going to go for the double off the backboard.
No way.
Oh, gets saved by Fever. 10 seconds left for them. What can they do?
They've got one last chance on this one right here and hope that Fever's not in that same spot again, but he is, as Fever again shuts down the double. Gus, 0 seconds, has Scrub underneath. Banana Head will disrupt, and Power finally get a game on the board.
We are not going to see Power swept just yet, but in saying that, like you said, they've still got a bit of a fight to go for. Well, they've gotten 1 game, but they still need to get 2 more if they want to bring this to game 5.
Yeah, and I mean, if Kib Gang showed us anything, even when behind, this team is not afraid to really challenge when on the attacking side. Their defense as well has been difficult for Power to get around. The bumps did help out, and Fever's insane touch definitely played a part as well. But moving forwards, this is typically where, you know, the favorite team, they get 1 win, and then they just get stronger and stronger building off of that. So while, yes, a reverse sweep is hard and rare, if any team is going to pull it off, it's Power, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that, you know, it really goes to show then that, you know, shots aside, I think the player to credit for on Power side for keeping that match alive for them just then was Fever. Those saves at the end, Kib Gang absolutely had a couple of opportunities, really great shots on net, but Fever was there to protect the net and make sure Power could run away with that game.
It was also Fever who got, again, a lot of those good midfield clears and a lot of those good player beats to set up the goals coming from the Power side as well. So Fever definitely having that breakout performance, game number 3 that we were hoping to see. Still, the other members, though, played their part. Again, Torsos and Banana Head, no slouches either. This series, though, Morgie, it really is, even if Power does pull off that reverse sweep, it is justifying why this Kib Gang team, despite being a new team, new lineup coming together, should be seen as that threat.
Oh, definitely. And I wouldn't be surprised if Kib Gang was to kind of push into that top 4 position fairly confidently. I think, you know, even if they do manage to get reverse swept by Power, that loss aside, I don't think they're going to have too much trouble with too many other teams.
Yeah, like on paper, I would even say they're going to be fighting for top 3 and possibly even that top 2. It kind of is like them, Chiefs, Pioneers, and Gremlins are the 4 teams that are really going to be vying for that second spot. And so, I mean, a win over Power, we said it before, would do wonders. Gus with the fake, Gus with the setup, one there to finish off the play.
So Formal, you don't think Pioneers are solidly sitting in second at the moment? Do you think they're going to be challenged by a few other teams?
I think they're going to be, I mean, again, like it looked back to split 1. It wasn't like they were, you know, making every single regional final, right? Like they had to fight to get their way through. It came down to the very last day before they were able to find that spot. And I could see this split going in very much in the same way.
Definitely. See the ball a little bit caught in the corner at the moment. Gus trying to get rid of it, but can't get it past Banana Head. Banana Head has been a little bit quiet this series. I've definitely had a lot more focus on Torso. Sorry, I have definitely had a lot more focus on the other players. But I feel like we can definitely see a lot more out of Banana Head when he's playing at his best, but I don't think we're seeing it right now.
And even that was a little bit shaky from the power side. Banana Head and Fever getting in each other's way. Sets up Gus, who didn't put the shot on, went high. Will keep possession though. Kib Gang wants to get this one around Fever. It's going to be challenged at the sidewall by Gus, who puts it forward. Shores doesn't want to make the cut. Instead leaves it for Scrub to try to put a shot on. Too slow. Torsos is there. Shores with a very tight cut. Fever makes one save. Fever makes a second save. They just can't beat Fever.
Well, I think the pass for Gus was there potentially, but Gus was going for a boost and wasn't quite in the right position for that. We're going to see the ball go back down into defense for Power. Going to take it slow, grab a little boost. Fever's going to be able to set up the play now. Looking for Banana Head, who's going to take a shot on net. Goes a little bit too high, but Shore is there to defend it anyway.
Cool, calm and collected. Shores, good job on the line, but the pressure's still going to be on. You can see Fever just trying to get Scrub out of the play. Banana Head sets up, and the shot is very much not where it needed to be. So defense continues to hold for that Kib Gang side. Shores now going to be playing setup, tries to get it around Torsos. Good touch by the defense. Demo in the middle of the field nearly sets up Scrub.
Torsos almost with a bit of a dangerous midfield pass there. We're going to get a save off the crossbar. Scrub there to collect a shot, and Banana Head put it just a little bit too close. You can't blame him for that.
No, you cannot. I mean, Banana Head really put in a great effort right there, trying to make that save. Shuts down Gus, but unfortunately in those situations, it's all desperation. Kib Gang now, 1-goal lead, half a game to go. Power on the precipice of dropping their first series against an OCE team in 2024.
Definitely the nerves would be setting in right now for Kib Gang. They want to be the team to do it. Can't let the nerves get the best of you though in these situations. I think something like that definitely comes with experience. You know, players like people like Scrub who have a lot of LAN experience, online tournament experience, would not be letting those nerves get to them right now.
Well, they will not, but at that same token, we saw Power put up a lot of points quickly that last game. We know they have the skills, the talent. Demos, perhaps, the bumps have been calling for it. Fever was looking for it there, but wasn't quite able to connect. Defense continues to hold. Torsos now watch for the follow through. They opt not to take it because the counter is on. Gus with a chance off the backboard. Torsos runs in the way.
Oh, we all know Gus can hit those doubles, and I had my fingers crossed on that one. That would have been a wicked shot, regardless of the score. We're going to see Power attempt to go on the attack now. A minute 30 left. They have to do something quickly if they want to stay in this.
Scrub gets the beat on Banana Head. Doesn't get the boost as well as Gus now. A lot of space to work. Scrub's looking for the bump. Torsos gets himself in the net. Fever rotates around, but they can't make the save, and Gus may have just found the dagger.
That is insane play from Gus. Taking the ball slow there, faking Torsos out. Fever unable to bank it back in time to be able to get in the way. That is incredible gameplay from Gus.
And we are a minute 16 away from the first big upset of our second split. Shores wants to add to it. Dribble down the middle above Torsos. Second touchdown. It's not in, but Power has a lot of work to do and only 60 seconds to find it.
Oh, well, who is choosing these games? Someone needs credit for these both series. Jaden, both series have been so good. You could not have picked a better series for round 2, better series for round 1. This is incredible.
I mean, this has just been an incredible performance from the Kib Gang as well. And now I'm looking back down at the Tonka trucks and seeing what kind of fuel they've been using. Fever wants the double. It gets shut down. Scrub's in the way. 40 seconds to go.
40 seconds to go, and Power needs 2 goals full. I don't know if they can do it. I know it's Power. I know
Power, here comes
but
Fever, though. Shots on. Scrub makes the save. Banana Head looking to follow it through. Won't get the touch. Leaves it for Torsos. They go corner. Under half a minute remaining, and Power needed that goal.
I think this is GG's formal. Still less than almost 15 seconds left. Still an opportunity, but I feel like it is GG's. Kib Gang going to do everything they can just to stop shots at the moment. They don't need any more goals. They just need to protect the net right now.
And I think they've done it. There is not enough time. It's taken about 5 months into the year, but as that ball sails through, 3-0 lead, 3-1 series, the Kib Gang has taken down Power.
What a team, Formal. This has been such an exciting series. I cannot believe it. You know what? There was a slight part of me that thought at the start of this that Kid Gang, they're going to cause an upset. Did I think they were going to take out Power? Maybe not. Maybe a game or two. This was an incredible, incredible win for them.
And how good were they looking? Again, I'm looking at Scrub and Shores in particular. These two just all over the pitch, making so many critical plays. I mean, you come to expect that from Scrub. I was hoping to see it from Shores. I'm definitely not leaving disappointed on that front. And even Gus maybe took a little bit longer to warm up into the series, Morgie, but all three of them by the end, they were just in sync. They were clicking, and they looked like the more experienced team.
Absolutely. They were throwing Power into utter chaos. I cannot believe that. They have done an incredible job at countering Power. We were talking about it at the start. You need a team that can read Power, read how they play, and shut them down early.
Wow.
All right, but CJ, I'm going to ask you the question real quick. Is this just honeymoon period, or is this legit?
You know what? I was in the green room, in the green room, I guess, so to speak, talking to Yummy about it. There's this feeling, this Kib gang feel like the gentle mates of OCE. They're kind of the leftovers of the top teams. And I know it's not the start of the season, but it's got that similar vibe to it. That you're thinking, oh, they're going to be good. They're all great players, but they didn't get the preferential picks. They're not the Power, they're not the Pioneers or the Chiefs, but early days, we're seeing similar sort of results. That's a massive first win against Power.
No, I'm glad you kind of brought that up, and I'm glad you're the one who said it, because I was worried it would almost come across as a little bit too mean. But I do feel like, in Scrub and Shores' case in particular, I feel like sometimes they've been overlooked on some of the lineups they had when those teams saw successes. I mean, Super Lucky, Banana Head, Scrub. A lot of attention went to the other two, whereas Scrub has been that constant member. Shores, you could say the same thing for Kaka's Minions. So to see them get a result like this, it's massive.
Again, though, it is only Swiss stage. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. This can happen a lot. It's a shaky Swiss. Even in North America, we saw Gen G. They went to round 5 of Swiss. They then win the tournament. So it's certainly not, danger signs for Power. But it was a slower start from them. That wasn't peak form Power. But credit to Kib Gang. Phenomenal performance. Looking around the grounds as well. Pioneers, they got a win as well. Chiefs are through due to a forfeit in round 2, if I'm reading that right on Liquipedia. So interesting there. Ground 0 formal dropping to game 5 there against HSP. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Morgie's the ground 0 expert. How are you feeling about that one?
Not the result I would have expected. I think they're a strong team. They've got, like, Prompt, for example, being again one of our young guns in the region. I think has a lot of potential. I think with being that young, though, there are a lot of ups and downs. There's a lot of inconsistency that players like that need to work on. So hopefully they can kind of pick their game back up and continue on with a little bit more success.
Yeah, I mean, it's only early, but doesn't it just sum up OCE? The whole pre-show first round we're talking about, well, at least we've got Power at the top. They're guaranteed this, they're guaranteed that. And then after 2 rounds, they're not in the top. We've got Kib Gang, Pioneers, and Chiefs as the 3 undefeated sides. So it just goes to show the beauty of OCE. Gaming Gamers, though, formal, will say, finally, they're back. The 4-team coach, the 5 coaches, I don't know how many they've got over there. They got a nice little sweep in the second round over Penthetus. So good on them.
Good for them. Now, when they win, is there a secret they steal their opponent's coach each time they win? Like, sort of old school card games where you take one from your opponent? Is that how they're going to amass in power?
I think that they are just going for, well, I don't want to say quantity over quality because that would be disrespectful, but they're certainly going for strength in numbers over on the Gaming Gamers. That is a story to keep on following, but obviously Power dropping down. They'll be playing, as I'm looking at now, Out We Go, who is, of course, I already know that off memory, that's Myth, Wolftig, and Bell. So they'll have a nice little round 3 matchup. But 2 rounds down of Swiss, chaos everywhere. And ladies and gentlemen, have a look at these highlights and do not go anywhere. 5 minutes away from the 3rd round of the Swiss stage here in OCE.
Come on.
The cockroach doesn't really have a brain per se, but it has instinct and a ferocious desire to survive and reproduce. Their antennae detect food and water, so the roach keeps its antennae clean. They're small and can fit into cracks and crevices. Roaches have great peripheral vision.
Keep you got me twisted. Freak up the week like keep you got me twist. Freak up the week like keep you got me twisted. Freak up the week like keep you got me twist. Yeah. Freak up the week like 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 freak up the 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 week like keep you got me twist. Twisted. The week week like keep you got me twisted. Freak of the week like keep you got me twist. Freak of the week like keep you got me twisted. Freak of the week like keep you got me twist. Yeah. Freak of the week like 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 freak of the 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 week like keep you got me twist. Freak of the week. You got me twisted. The week like keep you got me twisted. The week like keep you got me extra. It's been a very rocky round two, lots of upsets, so we had to bring Yummy Cheese Man back in to kind of break down what was going on elsewhere. I mean, crazy stuff already, right?
Yeah, obviously a lot of upsets, maybe some surprise results, maybe some not surprise results with HSP taking down Ground.
The most predictable result we've ever seen after round two.
For a little context, I made fun of Ground Zero in the pre-show. They're already tweeting about me being a hater, so I figured we may as well continue that one on.
I've got their back, Yummy. That was a bigger upset than Power losing 3-1 in the previous series. I just expected Ground Zero to just cruise their way through, but they do drop down. And as we said, Yummy, I don't know if you were listening before, but we talk about Power. It's Power this, Power that. They're locked in. What about the rest? And they're not in the 2-0 stage.
Yeah, I do want to give a little big ups to myself, actually, because I also said HSP were my somewhat dark horse to make a bit of a run throughout this one. So I'm going to call it right now in the 2-0 round before they get reverse swept out of the bracket that I was right.
Okay. Staking your claim right now. I mean, it's a very surprising 2-0 as well. Kib Gang as well, maybe the more common dark horse pick, also up there. But are there any sort of shocks and surprises at the lower end that we weren't expecting to see?
No, I feel like at that point in time, it's anybody's game with the off-season, with the number of roster changes. Pretty much wouldn't be surprised by anybody getting a victory or a loss down there. I think maybe the one team that should be really disappointed with themselves is Fizz 6, because they did come in with some pretty good seeding and have already fallen down 0-2.
It's a little bit rough, but I mean, Gaming Game is just a team that I cannot stop talking about. I mean, if you guys tune into the bracket yourselves, look at the size of the box that they've been allocated on Liquipedia. They had to fit 6 people in their logo. It is fantastic. And can you get, how many coaches is legal? And which one did they, surely Dumbo's the main coach they've signed up, as the... Do they have a sub? Is Dumbo the sub, or can they have a sub and 3 coaches?
No, they have a sub. If you go further in, they actually have a sub as well. So it's a 7-player roster, which has me questioning.
Oh, wow.
What happens if they go to a major? Do all 7 get to go?
No.
Well,
they can if they want to.
Yes, but I don't think they all get free flights and accommodation.
Okay, yeah,
that's kind of up to whether the Gaming Gamers organization is willing to fly them out. But you know what? You two have been going on about Gaming Gamers the entire time, every single series.
I can't stop.
And we're here watching Chiefs versus probably the greatest team of all time, HSP.
Well, okay, let's go easy. Go easy. They beat Ground
No,
Zero.
CJ. I don't think CJ likes HSP because he was insulting Misty at the start of the show, remember?
I wasn't insulting Misty. I said that at one point he was the best player in the region, but it was very, very
Well, you were
short-lived.
saying it would be an insult to compare someone else to Misty.
Yeah, because Misty finds it an insult himself. I guess it is insulting then, because Misty hates when everyone talks about him being really good for one regional only. But no, look, HSP, fantastic result. Little Game 5 win. That's the little settler there to put themselves into the pending top 4 with little asterisks. But they do have... They have Lachlan Parker on the other side. You know what I mean? They got LBP coaching, so goodness me. Welcome to this new Chiefs lineup. Hunter, the only standing, well, I guess, and LBP from last.
Was it LBP coaching Chiefs last split, and then they were just losing Game 7 overtimes and stuff?
Hey, let's not all throw it under his, well, actually, let's blame him. Yeah, LBP, he probably let his team down last split, but he said...
Get him off, put him on the Gaming Gamers.
Put him on the,
Yeah, exactly.
Give him another one. No, I think they're looking good, they're feeling good, and again, I don't want to go on scrim results, but I'm looking forward to watching this lineup with Kaka and Finn. Probably... I want to say the most iconic duo, but one of the iconic OCE duos, Finn and Kaka.
I mean, it is the remnants of Kaka's minions, right? The only player that they're missing is Shores, now replaced by Hunter, and under this Chiefs banner, we're kind of all in agreement. Chiefs are going to take this.
I don't think any of us put in the predictions, but sure.
Yeah, no, we did. We did. We guessed for you. Are you going to go HSP? You want to flip?
You know what? Yeah, let's be a man of morals, and I'll flip over to HSP because I did call them out at the start of the show. We got to back up the boys. There we go. HSP over the Chiefs. We all know CJ is always going to go the Chiefs because he is biased for.
No, I told you, Yummy. I said my bias is gone now. It's only brain, 0 heart, only brain, and. My brain says Chiefs, and I'm going. I'm so confident in Chiefs. I'm going Chiefs in all capitals formal. You don't seem as confident over there on the left.
Yeah, no, I wanted to show off some fancy writing. It's a hesitant Chiefs, a 3-1 Chiefs, maybe.
Is 3-1's not hesitant? Only 3-2. That's 3-1 still pretty
all right,
common.
well, the 3-2, we'll call it that. Well, 3-2, a couple overtimes in there. They're going to squeak through. I mean, again, I like HSP. I like Misty. I think Misty is a strong player. I think Misty is going to be a standout player and will help HSP. But that said, we're about to go to it. We're going to be pushing through a team into Super Saturday, our first top 8 team kicking off right now. And of course, you two have to call it, right?
Yeah, we certainly do, CJ. And I'll tell you what, CJ, you're not going to be caught talking about Misty when it comes to HSP. I'm sure you'll be going for Baz and Fades knowing your history.
Well, listen. Can I just say, Formal, what a fence sitter. You know what I mean? He's predicted Chiefs.
That's true.
And then all he did was talk about how Misty's going to have a great series, love watching HSP, yada, yada. I mean, golly, you just cannot stick to one prediction.
I just want to see him one day, pick a side and trust me, I'm going out on a limb here. I might even call it a dumb decision, but I'm going to certainly stick behind the boys on HSP. It might be because I like HSPs, because I'm a true Aussie. If those of you who don't know, HSPs in Australia, they are halal snack packs.
Beautiful.
They are basically kebabs in a box on top of chips. And I think it's a reference to the fact that both Fades and Baz are from Turkey.
There you go. Lock it in. And speaking of not locking down defense, that's what we're seeing early here from HSP. As Kaka's Minions 2.0. Is it, can he call it 2.0? Is that an insult on shores with the the Hunter edition?
2.0.
Okay, V2 2.0 upgraded with Chiefs. Chiefs opting to stick with Hunter, which does mean that this is a complete blow up. Well, it was almost a blow up of points. Yeah. Wait, is it a blow up? No, it's not a blow up of points, is it?
No,
they're all good.
It's a blow up of the old.
It's a blow up of the old.
Chiefs threw away their old points.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Very correct.
Still got the Kaka's Minions points. And I will say, like, I think before today, you'd 100% call it, Kaka's Minions 2.0. You'd certainly say Hunter upgrade over Shores. But today, Shores played incredibly well. So maybe he's been working hard in the off-season. It's more of a lateral move, but there's the first goal away of HSP. Much more of a fight already.
Fades gets one back. You mentioned Shores. I mean, I'll talk about him when he's actually playing, but geez, frustrating. He is a player that when you don't really want to be against him because he can pop off. But alas, they do pick up Hunter. Chiefs, Kaka's Minions 2.0, the new Chiefs, whatever you want to call them, still do have the lead. HSP getting one back. And again, this is an interesting team. Oh, gee, how's Baz saved that? They have pop-off potential. Fades is a player that I have been so impressed with. Just in and around the RLCS, six-mans and whatnot. He has a lot of potential when we're looking at up-and-coming players.
I feel like, interestingly enough, that he's had that potential for a long time, and I would have liked him to realise that potential a little earlier. Maybe this is the change of scenery that he's needed. Fades setting up.
Look at that.
As in this one, lovely.
Yeah, look at the little drop down. Just the extra touch got everyone there. Chiefs looking like they crisscrossing in the air, bit of an aerial show, but no contact on the ball. 2-2 now. It's HSP doing really well to fight back from that early deficit. Baz keeping the ball. I feel like, with the greatest respect to the first series, Yummy. Well, hang on a minute. Never mind. I was going to say the quality's improved, because that's just a wide open net, rolls it in. Chiefs have handed this one up. What has happened? Hunter's lost a 50. Kaka's just overcommitted. Fades walks it in.
Yeah, a little confusing. A lot of players diving past that ball, and it end up being the third man from HSP to get that clear down. You said the quality of the first series at times, mostly just little misses that caused everybody to have issues, but that happens, especially in the first series of the day. You got to remember, this is RLCS. A lot of teams coming in here extremely nervous, some of them less experienced, or some of them, in this case, joining a new team. Hunter maybe needing to live up to the expectations under a different rotation.
One thing as well that I nearly need to keep reminding myself, obviously with the structure change, going from 3 splits down to 2, this is basically the 3rd split, and knowing how nerve-wracking that was, everything on the line, after this, it's not just a major, it's World Championship points as well. So, I mean, it feels like every series from now, the next 3 regionals, the last 3 events, or qualifiers, as we like to call them now, there's just that added weight of pressure with the World Championships looming as well.
The first one's super important. You feel like you can't get yourself caught too far behind early on. Oh, miss there from Fades, almost catching them off guard. 3-2 as we hit the halfway mark. It's been a high-scoring affair so far.
You mentioned sloppy starts, and Hunter knows that one for sure. Based on last split, we saw what the Chiefs did, losing to Gremlins in the quarterfinals. It basically ruined their split. They just left themselves with too much of a deficit, and in the end, that's why Pioneers got the win over them, got the point advantage. He goes, Finn, can he get one back? There it is, equaliser, just under 2 minutes left. A constant offense from Chiefs prevails.
He's putting a lot of pressure there on Misty, and he tried to outplay Kaka, but fortunately for him, Kaka comes in and gets the strong 50 out to his long-term teammate in Finn. Now, I got a question for you, in that we talk a lot about experienced players playing up with the newer sort of mechanical players. In this case, you look at Fades and Baz, who was the rookie player of last year. Do you think Misty provides that kind of level of experience that he could kind of assist them?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's quite to the level that we have of, you know, some other experienced players. Obviously, Misty with no international experience, but certainly in terms of OCE regionals online and whatnot. Can someone force this ball in? No.
So more like on the lines of like Turbo helping out Rizzo with a little bit of his winning experience.
Well, I mean, I guess. I don't know if you're giving me the best examples or maybe the best topic in general, but certainly Misty provides a little bit extra. Again, he's been around, he's seen different play styles, different teams. He knows how these players operate. He can certainly be a settling or a comforting, I don't want to say comforting voice, but certainly a nerve settler perhaps for the young blokes.
I just hope that Misty is not happy that we're talking about something other than him popping off.
Do you remember that one event?
In 2019.
I wish people talked about my fall split. But anyway, Misty, here we go. Shot on, almost. Baz. Nick hit pressure on Kaka with the clear. Fades backing off. Fades as well. I want to give credit to him. I don't want to keep going on about my six-mans, but listening to that guy, comms, he's very settled as well. Very composed individual. Seems like he's not really too phased by anything, any situation in game. So, yeah, certainly one to watch here as the pressure builds. 10 seconds left. 3-3. Are we going to get an overtime? Finn popping it up. Anyone there? Kaga's going to go. Hunter, can he be coming in third man? Misty with the clear. There's that experience that you mentioned. Just handing it to Hunter with a free shot. Top corner. Oh, dear. Misty's handed it off and Hunter has sniped the top bins.
It's an absolute disaster class, and Misty even got a slight scrape on the double tap, but in the end, centering it straight up for Hunter, and Chiefs get the first one on the board.
Goodness gracious me. What an interesting result. What's going on in chat as well? I'm missing this. What are they arguing about? There's some people wanting changes of whatnot going on. But anyway, Chiefs with the win. HSP fighting back from that deficit, you know, creating the little equaliser, but Chiefs again just brute force getting their way through. Misty, Yummy, your player just handed that ball off the sidewall.
Yeah, I don't know if he's my player.
He's your boy. He's your man.
my boy Misty. Yeah, he had a couple of moments there in the defense because he also had the original one where Kaka dunked him right into middle to Finn, and I don't know, maybe he's just trying to be a bit too fancy in the defense rather than just making sure to get solid touch on the ball, try and keep control of it as much as possible. But in the end, you know, that's what you have to do at these high levels, to try and outplay your opponents, to try and get any advantage you possibly can. And he's going to be kicking himself in game one, hopefully step up in game two to make the difference there.
Yeah, HSP, they looked okay that game. They certainly caught Chiefs out a couple of times, but again, it's a bit of felt like a bit of an OCE game one, Yummy, where it's just sort of capitalising on mistakes from the other side. Outside of sort of that fade setup goal where he got the drop down pass, there was just a few times the players were handing the ball up and letting some easy shots go in. But alas, I'll be happy for the most part with that one. Chiefs Esports Club starting off well. They are yet to drop a game, Yummy, as well in the Swiss.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with their play style, you know. It was very much a spread out, control areas of the pitch. That's why a lot of these pinches end up turning into passes, and it's a play style that I feel like they can consistently do well. Whether it'll get tested maybe by some of the faster teams, we'll see, but I do like it.
Yeah, and I think that's certainly reminiscent of Kaka's minions from last split. They had some incredible offense when they were on. Seems like Hunter is slotting into that lineup pretty well without speaking to him, just purely from gameplay point of view. Here he is again. Can't quite get the touch. And, you know, Hunter, again, he's spoken about as that next up player. Obviously, he has been in national events. Hang on a minute. What a drop down. Forget about everyone. Yet again, it's Yummy's boy Misty just clipping on the Chiefs.
Yeah, stop talking about this Hunter kid. Hunter who, it's all about Misty. What a crazy angle. He goes underneath, and that's exactly why the defense were caught off guard. They went high. They were trying to just cover the straight net on the shot.
Forget about Hunter. Let's keep talking about Misty. Can we please? If he keeps doing that, we'll have no other choice but to do it. Here's Hunter, almost, but dusted again. Your boy Misty. So I'm not going to say that every time. I quite get it. Kaka reset, blocked out. Hunter went as well. Fades. Should be able to control this one. 40 boost. Having said that, Hunter said, I'll clear you out of the way. Finn trying to just wedge that one in there, but Misty again. Your boy.
Yeah, your boy Finn, not quite good enough against my boy Misty right there. It looked good. It looked like a great little air dribble, but in the end, it was too close to the net, and Misty was able to stop it.
Yeah, nice defensive play. That's a phenomenal pass again. The touch across. Oh, team bump. A little bit of chaos. Hunter able to sort that one out. A little bit of lack of midfield. This is a beautiful 1-2 play. Bottom corner open. They're in absolute shambles. HSP in net. Chiefs do well to tie it up.
Man, that first touch from your boy Finn, absolute perfection to get that one across. A tied up game. It's only been a minute and a half in this one. We're starting to see the fireworks again.
Yeah, really nice from my boy Finn. Popping it across to my boy Hunter, and then my boy Kaka just getting the bump as well. There's a demo. Oh, it's the kickoff strats. Misty just is going to have to leave that one. Cannot reach it in time. The first real kickoff S strats we have seen, and it's almost a delayed Spanish with the bump on that back corner.
We saw a couple of them from the Gremlins earlier, looking for more of a threes variation of the Spanish kickoff. Works out beautifully here for the Chiefs, and goes to show just a little extra work into your kickoffs gets you a huge advantage. 1 goal difference now. That puts a lot more pressure on the HSP attack when HSP has spent a lot of time of this game in the defense, and they may even have to spend some more. Hunter can't get the bump.
He just didn't have the boost to work that one out, but down the other end, Kaka with just so much confidence and poise. In net, 10 boost, and able to work that one around off the crossbar. Chiefs, based on that, looking quite comfortable. HSP, though, still 1 goal away. Lurking around. Has been quite a solid series, quality-wise, I would say, Yummy. Both sides looking pretty in form, showing the mechanics, as you see Finn there again, off the ceiling.
Maybe a couple of mistakes in the first game, but it is to be expected as both the teams try and work each other out, and now it's cleaned up quite well. Hunter, looking for the shot over the top of Fades. He's going to meet it in the middle. Looking for the early challenges up against the Chiefs, who all are capable of solo plays. You can't give them too much room. And HSP, they spend so much time in this defensive half.
I love from the Chiefs here as well. You saw Hunter before, just leaving the ball, picking up boost. They're going for the long con. They're trying to wear them down with boost consumption, or boost control, should I say. But HSP have found their way out. Chiefs still with 100 boost in defense. Should be able to get it down the other end, but that's a great touch from Misty again. Hasn't he been solid so far? Fades goes, gets a 50. This could be trouble now. Free shot for Baz if he can slot it. Double commit. Chiefs parry it to the side.
Baz didn't quite have the boosters. In the end, not enough to get the power through, but they will get some pressure forward, and they have managed to steal away enough boost away from the Chiefs. A massive miss, but will it end up being a fake as Baz now has the room? Goes to the immediate shot, top corner and in. Baz ties it up.
Oh, it looked like a huge mistake from Misty. It definitely wasn't a fake, but Baz, the cleanup crew, side flip, top bins, off the corner, off the crossbar. We have a time.
Doubting my boy Misty.
I would never doubt your boy Misty, but your boy Misty definitely whiffed that.
In the end, it worked their favour. Misty probably could have earned himself a goal there, but in the end, Misty gets demoed out as he was meant to be receiving the infield pass there.
Great turn from Baz, though, to keep pressure on. So those little things, staying involved, keeping in play. That's open again. Kaka's completely overcommitted front post with no one behind him. That's a freebie for HSP.
I love that first touch. He actually pushed Hunter into the backboard, faked him out, and then Hunter tries to make up for lost time. A little confusion there with Kaka, and it ends up biting both of them. A 3-2 lead. And Fades, you got to admit, he's been the setup man so far.
Yeah, he's been the playmaker here for HSP, but again, felt like a defensive mistake as much as it was a bit of an offensive masterclass there from Fades. Kaka just wasn't quite expecting that touch to go back post. Here goes Finn. What can Chiefs do with a minute left? They need to find a goal. They did it last time. It was Hunter with the magic. He's going for the fake drop down. Kaka's just going to walk it around. Hunter leaves it for him. And Chiefs, 45 seconds to get something to work here, Yummy.
Ooh, Kaka went out for the pass, and you see them opted to go for the demo instead. Unable to do it, but it has a little bit of an awkward position here for the HSP team. Misty's going to carry it out. Uses all of his boost. Fades has none. Can he get the flick without any boost? He goes sideways, and Kaka manages to collect before the third follow-up.
Oh, Kaka has boost. He's not going to be able to reach this, but it might just worry out. It does. Fades has to go. Misty bump. Finn keeping it in. 15 seconds here for the Chiefs. There's the pop-up. Misty backboard. He's going to wait on the touch. Looking composed. Kaka working it around. Bump. No, almost. Hunter. Can he keep this ball in? Perhaps one last chance here for the Chiefs. HSP done so well this game to try and keep it down. Kaka sideball. Baz no boost. Waiting. That's not the best pass in the world. Ball down. HSP tired up.
Ooh, good effort coming all from all three members of HSP. Misty, as you said, has been stepping up through this game, but Fades becoming that real thorn in the side of the Chiefs, who last game, in the first game, they were kind of credited with a couple of extra goals off of defensive blunders from HSP, and that's been the difference maker in this game, even though it was tight.
Yeah, but, I mean, can we talk about Misty just kicking off that game with a bang? Nice little double touch, and he's just your boy, and it was great to see. But you know what? I trust Ice Dragon RL in chat saying that Fade's looking like the best man on the field, and it's pretty hard to argue after that MVP performance, as you said, Yummy, looking like the playmaker for that team.
Something I've always said is that you can always rely on Misty being great. But Fades, he's got to be one of those players that, as you said, has something special, has the ability to go to that next level. And we've seen it at times when he's played with Finn in RLCS, and he managed to get a top 2 there. We need to see it again throughout this weekend. We need to see it consistently if they want to have that chance to make it to a major. It is in their pocket. They do have that opportunity, especially with all the points that you get available in the second split.
Just as impressive as I said before, it's just his composure. Just seems a very measured individual. And here he goes again, almost off the ceiling. Little Zen attempt with the ceiling pinch. Misty with a clean-up crew here in game number 3. A huge game. We saw the ramifications previous series. Just getting to that lead, getting that 2-1 head start puts a world of pressure. Particularly if HSP get the win. We know that Chiefs, particularly last split, when it did get to down to the wire, down to Champions Field, a couple of question marks.
Yeah, LBP just not very good in.
Well, I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm just
big history of him. You once coached that Renegades team, and I saw CJ side flip, and I'm pretty sure that was LBP as well. So
I will blame him for that. Yeah, he said leave it, and I left it. Squishy Muffin scored. The rest is history. He's retired. We move on. As Fades now pops it up. Backboard touch. Hunter right there. 100 boost here. See if the Chiefs can get to work this game. I don't think we're seeing perhaps the peak Chiefs. I think they'll be the first ones to admit that. But credit to HSP.
Especially for me, Kaka's normally been for actually years now, for multiple seasons, the mark of consistency. Maybe one of the most consistent players in OCE. Gets up to the ball very quickly, gets nice touches. He hasn't had that same force in this series that kind of takes control of a game. So it might be that mark that we need to see for the Chiefs to get into that next level.
He said it perfectly, and I guess my little test for that is I never really find myself going, gee, Kaka's doing nothing. He's sort of always around, always active on the pitch, which is going to be huge, as you said, for this Chiefs lineup. Bringing in Hunter as well. That's a huge 50. Misty just dusting everyone. Open net. Baz doesn't want it. Oh, the experience, Yummy. And once again, can I tell everyone that he's your boy? You picked him to really pop off this series.
He might just be the greatest player OCE's ever seen. You got, and I got to think about it. You got Drippy, Misty, and that's all I can think of.
I've drawn a blank for any other player that possibly has a similar career to those two. So, it's a full credit to him. And just the speed. I mean, even that aerial there, he looked like that Sear bot, those SSL bots that are going around. Just an optimal flight path that he's taking to completely dust all the Chiefs of the ball. Here he is again with another midfield beat. This time, Chiefs going to be able to work it. That's a nice drop down. Kaka, can he slot this one? Baz pre-jump, top corner. Just deflects it off the post.
That was difficult. Nice shot over into the left side of the net. Last second dive from Baz. Very impressive. Chiefs used a lot of boost on that attack. It's Hunter left with the tank at the back. Will he be able to find an open net? He ends up faking out. Kaka! Oh, he's crossbarred it. And Finn now has to try and collect the pieces. Kaka goes again. He goes off the post. Kaka, the man, the myth, the most consistent in OCE, struggling to find his shots, but finally third time lucky.
Yeah, the boys cleaned up. What a pass from Hunter. Kaka pre-jumping, and he does find the placement. I mean, the earlier shots, the problem was they weren't just wide, but they weren't giving an opportunity for a teammate to be able to follow it up and put it in. They were to the sidewall. Thankfully enough, the boys clean up. 1-1 here for the Chiefs.
Well done, Kaka, keeping that relentless attack. You can see that one thing he has done throughout this series is stay in that attacking spot, looking for bumps, looking for areas. In that case, he was looking for the boost steal and end up being in the right position to be able to finish off that goal.
Yeah, really class. And now we're seeing a bit more control in the midfield from both sides, which is what I was really looking for in that first series. And what an end-to-end game that was. It's Misty now, low boost. Still gets a reset in a 50. Baz up. Trying to control this one as well. Hunter with a great beat. Oh, he might just have a free double. And again, it's a beat, but it's not follow-upperable, if you would. Bear with me. As Finn keeping this ball in. No, he doesn't. Locked out.
Game so good. New words need to be invented to describe it. Looks like we've got a minute left in a tied-up game. And such a crucial one to get into the lead. Hunter's going again. He's been firing on all cylinders. And yet the defense holds strong once more. Kaka for the double, but Baz keeps it out.
Feels like they're really overcomplicating this offense, you know, going for these crazy plays. Wouldn't mind seeing just a demo on that last man, but still HSP. Credit to their defense holding on a Misty. Misty looking really good in this sort of a situation, just buying time for his teammates, getting 50s. Trying to keep that ball in. Hunter gets 2, leaves it for Kaka. 100 boost. Makes it up. Misty has to wait with 0. Huge save coming through. Finn in the middle. Gets the pass. It's Kaka that takes it off him. Chiefs trying to push forward with 20 on the clock.
Just trying to keep the boost away. You can see Chiefs members as well. Just try and take the corner as Hunter slowing down. He's been having a very impressive game so far. And we'll even get another opportunity. Fakes out one. Almost fakes out Misty. Fades gets bumped away. Kaka looking for the double off the backboard. As you said, may have needed to be more direct to beat out the defense.
It's a great touch though, Finn keeping it up. Can they get the bumps? Coming through again, a save. How many times has the ball been on the goal line? Chiefs have had 13 shots to 2. 13 shots, Yummy.
Well, doesn't matter how many shots you get, you need to get them in. And Hunter makes another fantastic save here in overtime. Potential to go ahead onto match point right here. As there's the shot. Baz scores, and there we go. Match point to HSP.
Make that 13 shots to 4, but 4 is all they needed. 2-1 lead to HSP. They built an absolute brick wall in net. And your boy Misty with an MVP performance. The stat line: 4 saves, a goal, a sausage roll, and an assist. Beautiful stuff from him.
And they really needed Chiefs to just, as you said, be a little bit more direct. They held HSP in the defense for long periods in the first half, especially of that game. But then after they did that, they take the ball high, look for a double, and that just gives the extra time for HSP to find the boost.
I'm just going to say the same thing. They're just looking for backboards, reset, backboard, double, backboard, but their goal came from, as you can see there, it came from an infield pass. And really, that's the best way to drag out the defense, you know, bring them out off the line, is when you're flicking it across the pitch rather than straight at net or looking for those backboard touches. So just would love to see, you know, keeping it simple could sometimes be the best method. It kind of looked like Chiefs were going for those highlight reel plays. And in the end, a couple of simple goals really from HSP. It was an open net from an overcommit and then a free shot that was capitalised on.
Extremely simple, as you said. Nothing really worked for them, and it really just goes to show how important it is to sometimes just simplify it, relax a little bit. You don't need to go crazy mechanics, but I do kind of understand, because sometimes going up for the solo play, looking for that double, it commits less players on your team to the attack. But I think you also have to give some credit over to HSP, because so many times on the defense you saw none of them had any boost, and yet they still just were able to hold on for many of those situations.
Just looking a quick look around the grounds as we get into game number 4 here. Kib Gang Pioneers going into game 5. Gremlins Gaming Gamers game 5 as well. Ground 0 with a sweep, your team. And Team Power with a 3-1 win as well. So a few series wrapping up, a few series still to go. Here on the mainstream though, we need to see if Chiefs can force a game number 5.
Almost another kickoff goal right at the start from Chiefs. We saw it earlier, the kickoff strategies, but that being nice and solid. 15 seconds in, and it's the first shot over to, of course, Misty.
Misty again. Finn just can't get the touch on that one, and it was just Kaka giving the ball away. He was getting pressured. Fades just so clever, leaving the ball, grabbing his boost, and just dispossessing Kaka, forcing him to hit it a little bit further away than he wanted. And there we go again, Yummy. This has been impressive from these guys. Hunt's a great shot. Fades, even better save.
Just want to remind everyone that this is the 2-0 match. And Misty, as well as Baz and Fades, could be going through straight into that 3-0, into that top 2 seed, while Power down lower already. Pioneers, as you said, are potentially struggling to follow it out. It's a real OCE shake-up at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there is potential. Well, actually, I don't know if there is. No, there might be. There could be. There could be potential for them to... No, actually, I don't think there is. I was going to say for them to be the number 1 seed, but I think game diff isn't in their favour. Alas, though, a top 2 seed on the line here, obviously, for HSP. It would be an enormous start here in the second split.
You saw how important those top 2 seeds can really be to give yourself that early good round in the first in the quarterfinals, get yourself into a nicer side of the semis more often than not, although sometimes Power end up being in your side of the bracket anyway, but
yes,
it can really snowball throughout the weekend.
And it is great. Well, Formal is confirming in chat, if Kib Gang, I've done what Formal's done. If they are to win that game 5, we will see this team, HSP, to be the number 1 seed. If they can hold on here in game 4, and isn't that just, it sums up the region, Yummy. You know, we've got the Powers, we've got the Chiefs, the Pioneers, the Ground Zeros, and our top 2 seeds will be Halal Snack Pack and Kib Gang.
Don't need any organisations. You don't need the backing, the support, the money, the coaches, as we clearly have been confirmed. Sometimes you just need the pizzazz. And I do very much like HSP, or in particular, I've very much been a supporter of Fades in the past. And Misty. And as I said at the very start of this series, I've kind of just felt that it's taken Fades a little bit too long to get up to that top, and maybe that's it now. Maybe he's finally reached his peak.
Yeah, I mean, he just feels like a player that can... Oh, hang on a minute. Kako's just walking around a low boost. The pressure from the Chiefs was too much. Just going to wrap up his Fades point as he does miss this touch with 0 boost. He does look like a player that can sort of handle himself in most situations, not rely on his teammates. I think, just in terms of OC in general, I mean, I think that's almost been one of our biggest problems, is we probably rely too much on our teammates, that then we, forget to look after the ball and, work with 0 boost, things like that. We throw the ball away. So certainly an asset or a trait that Fades does possess.
It is fantastic to be back here, as you said. RLCS OCE is back. And then also, because we're here on the Fortress channel, we can interact with chat. And I just want to know, Strongman Jet, completely correct. All the EU pros watching this must be shivering the sign of Misty and Fans.
Yeah, not just shivering, but shiverung, which is the past tense, even more past tense than shivering. So
imagine Misty, whereas at the last land.
Yeah, well,
what a difference that would have made.
Well, that would have sent shiverers down the spine, shiverungs from everyone in Europe. But here we go, minute 40 left. Can Chiefs force game 5? The last time I was in this position, I was sure, round 1 of Swiss, I was sure that we would get a round 5, but NTV, well, they threw that one. Can Chiefs make our dreams come true? Finn Gonna be able to turn back post. Baz with great control. Does dust into the ball. Still with a bit of boost. He's going for a pogo. Taking the ball off him is Misty. Fades now last. Really nice touch from him.
Definitely got to take Finn out of that play. He looked good. He looked like he was in a comfortable position to get a double. Keeping him out. No power there from Misty. So Kaka gets to make the save. And we start to get to that crucial time once again. A minute remaining. And the goal score is all tied up.
Baz can't get the touch. Finn keeping that one in the corner. Chiefs look like they're circling. Misty won't be able to get back. Is this going to be a fake? No, it's another backboard touch that really, it feels comfortable for HSP, but Misty's handed the ball up again. We saw it before. Fades huge. Shot on. Bumps coming through. Baz out of the net. Off the ceiling. Gets the save.
Baz was getting chased by 2 players over on the Chiefs and manages to avoid both of them. A crucial save, but Hunter gets another demo. Can't get it directly on. Will there be the follow-up? Yes, Kaka gets his second.
Baz left on an absolute island last man. The demo came through from Hunter. He found the pass as well. And if Kaka missed that, well, he can rename himself to CJ. Great shot from him. And there we go. The lead for Chiefs. Hang on here. We get Champfield.
We looking likely get ourselves to game 5 on stream. Oh, Baz was trying to stop that though. Look for the bump play. End up just getting avoided. Hunter, who's been searching for any kind of creative play he can, and it's going to be Kaka instead. Not creative, just keeping it simple. Doesn't get the goal.
Hang on.
I thought that was going to be in.
They might have let him in here though. If the bump can come through, Baz is circling. He's trying to find someone. Hunter, the hero. Oh, what on earth? He's found Baz with the pop. Baz surprises anyone. Misty up. Sidewall beat. Might leave it. Gets one more. Can he get an infield? Can't reach it. Had teammates there. Chiefs force Champfield.
Well done by the Chiefs. Just holding on their nerves at the end there. Again, talk about Hunter with the setups, but this game, Kaka just taking the ball around the defense over and over again. He gets those 2 goals. And a clear MVP as well.
Pioneers as well, getting the reverse sweep over Kib Gang, so they will be the #1 seed out of the Swiss stage. The new acquisition of Mr. Super Lucky for Scrub. Certainly paying dividends so far, at least in the Swiss stage. Had a pretty comfy run. I wouldn't say they didn't have to face a power, but big win over Kib Gang, a reverse sweep as well.
And crucial for them because, they want to go back to the major. It doesn't matter if they go first or second. If they just make it back to the major, they also make it to the big worlds. And starting off with a #1 seed is going to very much help them out, you would assume. For now, Chiefs versus HSP. We go to a game 5, CJ. The first one on stream for the year.
First one. Welcome to Champfield. Welcome to Shogun Field. Does anyone realise he does the voice packs for all these? Anyone else?
Oh, he does, yeah.
Anyone else realise that?
Wonder how much he gets paid for.
Well, without disclosing anything, the number's close to not sure. Actually, I have no idea. But that's something to ask him if you want a bit of secret lore, everyone. Welcome to Game 5 and season 2024. Welcome to Champfield. Who you got here, Yummy? Quick one.
Well, as I said, I'm not going to change my predictions. We'll go with HSP once again. We'll go with Misty stepping up, using that experience in Game 5 to take it all. But I'll tell you what, if there's anybody looking to fight it at the other end, Kaka has been the one to step up in the last game and maybe the one to do it again.
Well, I'll say it. This is more important than I think perhaps people will give credit for this series, particularly for Chiefs. We spoke about, obviously it's a different lineup, but for LBP and Hunter, that sort of Game 5 hoodoo, the big situation. So there's a lot on the line here, I think, just for mindset, for mentality. Getting the first big win in a pressure situation.
Sell that a lot, Finn, beating outright in the midfield defender, reading a different touch, and the first goal going the way of Chiefs in Game 5.
Yeah, it's just the Hunter handoff and Finn going low on the touch. You could just see Cleveland's Misty going a little bit high on the save. Well, the block attempt. First goal on the board here for the Chiefs, but Game 5s, they just feel a little bit longer than other games, Yummy. It feels like, you get more to the story in Game 5. Still a lot of time left here for HSP to make their comeback. Oh,
It'll also be interesting because Kaka's minions now, the Chiefs did so well in the Swiss throughout the last split, and now We'll see if they can continue that one and maybe go further beyond in the playoff bracket as well, as Kaka has a chance there. No, it's going to be Misty to intercept. Misty with the extra touch. But Hunter was there for the save.
Yeah, he just didn't catch it, did he? You could see he sort of wanted the ceiling into the double touch. He threw it on net, but it was low, it was weak. And he had so much time on the ball. He'd want that one back for sure. Chiefs pushing forward now. Finn with more boost. Scoring time. He's forcing a challenge, and he hasn't got a challenge at all. He's gone low. Finds a 50 as well, and a bump. Can Kaka perhaps put this one away? Great save from Misty. Chiefs still keeping the pressure on. These bumps have been huge.
Very much liked going the indirect way, and I think they're doing it a smarter way now, staying grounded, CJ, instead of taking it up to the backboard looking for doubles, so that they can very quickly follow up on the final play after taking a member out. Worked out well for them so far, especially in the last game, scoring a couple of goals off it. They don't really need the goals, they can just keep the pressure on. It's been turned around now. Fades, looking for the attack. It goes over to Baz. Has he got the second? No, he can't get the angle.
And it's caused a counter-attack down the other end as well. Kaka picking up 100. He's going to delay his shot, fires it now. Misty to the cross. Hunter there, misses the touch. Finn goes in and shoots it. It's just worked out almost. It's a bit wide there. I'm not sure if that was intentional from Hunter. Kaka keeping the pressure on. Double commit now from HSP. It's just Hunter and Baz. Is Hunter going to go? He's called the bluff. Challenges the ball. Looks with a bump as well. Fades has to go. Clears it to the side. 2:20 left.
Once again, they've managed to take all the boost away from the orange team. And now the bump coming out from Fades. Almost set up the goal. Great stuff by Hunter once again. We keep shouting out his name at both ends.
And we nearly got the bump goal as well. Both sides trying to hunt down that third man as Finn now in the corner. Full moon. He might get bumped off it again. There's a challenge. Hunter has to save it. He's pre-jumped. It's gone low. Worm burner. Clears it out. Chiefs just hanging on for now.
Extra impressive from Hunter on the defense there, because for all money you'd expect that Finn gets somewhat of a touch, but it beat him out completely. And Hunter just used his reactions to make sure that he could get a good touch afterwards. Now the pass up from Kaka over to Finn. Finn, does he have the flip reset? He uses it for the 50. Kaka pulls out over to Hunter. He managed to hold on.
Space out here for Baz though. He's got to be able to catch this. Can he get the insta pop? Goes low 50. Fades over commits. Misty just keeping that ball in. Huge pass back. Sets up Kaka. 100 boost. Goes low. Pop up. Hunter's overcommitted as well. Fades goes. Gets bumped off it. It's open if Baz can just get it around Hunter. Backboard. Finn misses the read. 1-1.
You see it running through your head as your Hunter. You're looking, okay, he's going to go low. Baz goes high. A misread from Finn. A tied up game with a minute remaining in game 5.
Oh, there's always more to the script when you head onto Champions Field. Here we go, Misty. Advantage on the kickoff. Hunter goes. Oh, misses the touch. Does Baz. Fades us in. Early bump. Can it be open? Finn cuts rotation. Does well to help out his teammates.
Fades didn't have the boost to be able to get the follow-up on that one. Now it goes to the other end, and it looks like Chiefs with the opportunity. Hunter full boost. Has Kaka, but he's double committed. At that same time, Finn has to get back. He has to race with his full tank. He manages to get bumped out. Fade scores. Finn can't keep him out.
Oh, where was he going though? He's pushed up third man, driven up the wall and thought maybe that's a bad idea. The bump came through. Fades underneath. 2-goal turnaround. HSP are now 40 away from a top seed.
Misty didn't need to bump him. He just got in the way, and that's been the opening that HSP needed. It's got to go the other way though. Chiefs looking for the tie, but Hunter hasn't got the good follow-up, and it will go down to Baz.
Handed to Baz with 100, and he's gone the reset as well. They're looking so composed. Ground pitch, more boost stolen here for HSP. Are they going to cause another upset? Fades his backflip, but Kaka's not there. Baz 100 boost, 50 now by Kaka. Misty just trying to keep that ball out. 10 seconds left. Here we go, Finn. He's got a beautiful controlling touch. He goes low right, and he ties it up with 7 seconds left.
All the members heading up the backboard for HSP. Fades thinking that Finn was going to smash that first ball, but Finn takes full control and fakes him out underneath.
Do we get game 5 overtime here in round 3 of the Swiss? 7 seconds kickoff strats, very conservative from both sides. Kaka 100 boost, can he be the hero? Fades just goes, he's floating in the air. Kaka down to the side, OT is inbound.
OT in order to get yourself the number 2 seed right here. And it is looking a nervy start as Wanyo's missing. Hunter has to make a diving save.
Huge save. Oh, there's just a lot on the line. Baz, it's a great pass to Fades. Finn puts himself in the way. Baz there. Misty takes it. Finn's awkward. Finn's missed.
Misty?
Reset. One more.
Misty?
Fades goes for the bump. Baz is overcommitted. Is it going to be in? It's off the post. It rolls. It's down. It's in.
After all that work, it's a miss in front, an overcommit, and just a slight fortune. Thank you to Psionics. Hunter gets gifted the final goal on a roller.
What?
And I guess, CJ, that's just how these Game 5 overtimes work.
What an absolute circus that was of a Game 5 overtime. He crept third man. Is it in? Is it not in? It's off the post. It's rolling. The follow-up whiffs, but it still goes in. Formal. Talk us through what just happened.
I mean, OCE is back. It's the first thing that comes to mind with that one. But look, I was all ready to come in here and shame you two for doubting Misty, doubting HSP coming through. Yummy didn't.
What do you mean doubting? Shaming both of us. I was the one who predicted HSP.
You picked him, but no, I mean, that series was absolutely a banger, absolutely chaotic. And there was a lot of times, there was moments where it looked like HSP was going to get through as the number 1 seed, actually out of Swiss.
I mean,
it looked really close, and we got to be impressed. Misty, I think, a return to form, especially given last split. It was a much more casual qualification stage for him. He didn't really take it too seriously, but it feels like with these 2 players, with 2 highly mechanical younger players, he's got a lot more motivation almost, it seems, or maybe he's a bit more relaxed. But I know CJ, you play with a highly mechanical player, it usually lifts you up.
Yeah, I think it's rejuvenated Misty, but yeah, credit to the Chiefs. Game 5 OT. How often are we looking for sort of that one player to take it by the scruff of the neck and it just turns out into, someone makes a huge mistake and that's kind of, it was chaos, it was a circus, but it's certainly entertainment and it's everything that we love in OCE.
It was pretty funny because CJ and I were starting to build up. We were getting really high. We were starting to yell, and then that happened.
It silenced you. That was like you seemed speechless when that last goal went in.
Yeah,
disappointed.
Well, it shouldn't have happened. There was a little bit of a Matrix moment, diving away from the ball, a bit of an overcommit as well, and sometimes that happens when you just kind of see the goal too much in front of you. You see the win in front of you, and you send everything towards it.
Yep.
You forget that, things can happen, mistakes can happen, and it can go the other way.
Well.
Yeah, it was a chaotic series, but at the end of the day, the results still stand. Chiefs are through. Pioneers had to reverse sweep as well to get themselves through. They almost dropped the ball as well, but they were able to win 3. They will be the number 1 seed. Chiefs, I believe, now will be the number 2 seed, and we still got
Chiefs will actually be the number 1.
Oh, they have taken number 1. Yeah, because they
had 3-0, 3-0, 3-2, and Pioneers went 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. So they win on game differential.
That one loss. That's going to be a bit of a blow, but at the end of the day, as long as you're in the top 2, you're probably feeling pretty good.
Sometimes number 2 is good if Power end up being like on the same side of the bracket.
They probably will, because they're currently +3 game diff sitting 4th, Ground Zero +5. So Ground Zero, if they get a nice win, they'll be the number 3 seed. So maybe you want to be number 2, but that's the beauty of OCE.
Funny you mentioned those 2 teams, though, CJ, because they're actually going to be who's playing next in round 4. We are going to get Power versus Ground Zero, so that's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to throw it to a break right now, and when we come back, you already know the matchup, so stick with us.
We head to round 4 of the first broadcast for RLCS 2024, the second split. And you're so professional that even Morgie started to take a drink.
We're just hanging out, aren't we? Having a good time.
Just chilling.
Love it.
It's fine.
Sorry, I needed a bit of caffeine.
Great call. I'm glad you said it because I say it all the time and people think I'm joking. I'm being deadly serious. He is so boring.
Whoa.
Oh, we're going to cop it now.
You didn't...
No, okay. Let's set it aside. All bets are off. I'll go there. We apologize. Move on.
Well, look, it is round 4. We had a banger last series. We head into where it starts getting dicey for teams because at this point in time, you know that if you lose, you don't know who you're going to get in that round 5. Are you going to get the strongest team there? Are you going to get into a tough position? So it feels like a must-win right now.
Yeah, you also don't really know who you're going to get in the playoffs, which can also sort of play into your mind a little bit. I know that, we were talking about it before the break. Obviously, Chiefs locking in that number 1 seed, but now, where's Power? That's basically what you're thinking. Everyone's only human. Where's Power going to lob in this bracket? So certainly for your Chiefs, you're hoping for them to get a win in this match to lock in that number 3 seed, but certainly a lot to play for, and yeah, we're not even halfway through yet.
Definitely Empower not in a position we would have thought they would have been in at the start of this, so this could be really interesting, I think.
Tough for Ground Zero to be up against Power, obviously, in the 4th round. You'd usually hope to be avoiding them, but that is what happens again. Gremlins versus Kib Gang, that's another incredibly tough matchup. And HSP, through their upper bracket, maybe earned maybe the simpler matchup against Tonka Trucks, or at least the least experienced matchup there.
Yeah, another great team name in Tonka Trucks. Honestly, OCE just keeps on delivering. But all those matches, there's other team streams. My best advice for you guys at home is to go on Liquipedia team streams. They're linked on there, so you can.
CJ, I want a little something different from you because you keep saying OCE keeps doing this, OCE that, OCE this. Why not we? It feels like you've become not part of this region anymore. You're talking as if you're some big EU big league.
Listen, again, I feel like we apologise. We settled our differences before, but now you're attacking me again. No, what I'm saying is...
Well, I didn't agree to any settling of differences.
If I say we, it's like I do it, but now I'm retired. I can act like I never did any of these things when I was playing, so... it's nice to separate myself from, the players on the pitch because it makes me sound like I'm smarter and was better than I was.
Well, fair enough. Now, look, we do have a Ground Zero expert here.
Very much so.
It is me, because I know that they're terrible. But if we go over to Morgie, what do you think of these 3?
I thought I was supposed to go into this unbiased. No, Yummy. Maybe I'm a little biased going into this, but I do think that, especially seeing Power's performance today, they're not untouchable. They can be taken down. And I think Power...
Oh, sorry. I was also going to just let people know it's not Baz on the team. We just saw Baz. It's Luna who's currently playing for Ground Zero. So just a little update there to the overlay.
Yes, Baz is no longer playing for Ground Zero. We do have Luna as a replacement. And Luna being an interesting point there, a player who has become, I feel like, in and out of retirement a lot more than a lot of players have noticed. But I think Luna is still a solid all-round player and is a good addition to this team now.
He's a bit of a, up on the retirement, isn't he? I'm not playing, I am playing. He's like Tango 2.0. But it was, again, we talked about the pre-show. Great little announcement. I think, Morgie, would you rather have a Vampel playing? Because I saw that announcement. I thought a Vampel was going to be in there, but then he said, no, get my friend Luna. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess we'll have Luna. Would you rather a Vampel?
It's tricky to say. I think Luna's got a lot to prove today, and I think I would be able to make that call maybe after this series.
Okay, well, but before the series, is this Ground Zero 2.0, or is this, Ground Zero 0.0?
0.0. That's
is Luna an upgrade
number,
or a downgrade?
I think that an upgrade or a downgrade from after Baz left, you mean?
From Baz, yeah.
Tricky to say. I think Luna's been in the scene a bit longer than Baz has, so maybe, that experience, retirement or not, that experience can really come into play.
And we're all picking Power. Whoa, wait a minute. What is happening here? Holy
no bias. No bias. No bias. No bias.
No bias.
None at all.
This would be
No.
massive. Well, they've lost, they've already lost today, Power. It's not like we're watching this, invincible OCE Power lineup like we might have seen last split. Certainly possible for them to go to round 5. Joey, back me up.
Yeah, well, you guys know my thoughts on Ground Zero.
Oh, we've got the biased Ground Zero person on one side, and then we've got the person that just cannot stand the organisation. It's pure hatred.
I actually covered their team stream for a week as well.
We saw the tweets. They're not happy with you, Yummy, and you're doubling down.
Yeah, I got to double down. I got to be the bad guy. So right here, I'm predicting Power because I'm anti-Ground Zero. We got over there somebody predicting Ground Zero because they're on Ground Zero. And then in the middle, probably somebody making a
With
smart
my brain.
prediction, predicting Power
Yeah,
to win.
I've gone 100% with my brain, but let's get rid of that guy because we need none of this Ground Zero slander in here, Morgie. It's got to be a great series. Round 4, win, and you are into the top 8.
I mean, look, CJ, I will be completely honest with you. All credit to Power. Had this been the matchup in round 1, for whatever reason, for whatever crazy seeding reason, my answer may have been a little bit different. I may have gone with Power in that case. But like you said before, they've had a loss today that maybe they shouldn't have. And we can see that, they can be faulted. And I feel like they could be here today, but maybe not after the start.
Yeah, well, we did see that they could bleed early on, which is, I think it's important for the other teams in the region to see Power losing to show that, perhaps give a little hope for them when they come up against them. But early on here, Team Power looking like perhaps they have a point to prove after that loss. There's certainly, a lot of people talk about ego, I guess, in a bad way. Ego can certainly be a good thing when you want to prove that you're the best. And I think Power have a little bit of that. Torsos with a dunk and a double touch. This is looking scary early for Ground Zero.
Massive shot, and yeah, definitely agreed. Ego, it can be to some players' detriment, but I feel like with how cool, calm, and collected Power players are, I feel like they use that ego to their better. To, like you said, come back and have that fighting chance when they have suffered a loss.
Yeah, I think that certainly it makes, the Torsos as well, the reason why he's so good is he's just so competitive. He never wants to lose, and a testament to him for the career he's had. But what a pass across there. I was going to say the new kid on the block, or the new recruit. He's definitely not a new kid on the block, but Luna, the nice little pre-flip pass setting up Laxon.
Yummy, what was that about? Can Luna step up to the plate?
Yeah,
is
what
Luna
was
good
that,
enough?
Yummy?
I reckon he is. I reckon he absolutely is. Also, credit to Laxon just then for being in a great position to be able to finish that shot off up and pass.
Yeah, it's a great trust from his teammates. So often we do see in OCE, some great setup plays, but teammates not trusting at all the play that their teammates trying to present to them. But that time, Luna and Laxon with a nice combination. Torsos misses the double, prompts backwards and almost looked like he put his controller down in net. More pressure here. The Power, the placement, back post, wide follow-up Torsos. Too much pressure in the end. Power get their third.
Already 3-1 up after only just a minute played. I feel like they're definitely showing their dominant side now. They are wanting to come back into this. I feel like Ground Zero really need to get a couple of early goals on here before Power runs away with it.
They've got that potential though, Ground Zero. Always a team. Obviously, last split it didn't quite go how they wanted, picking up a young lineup, and now perhaps Luna can. We talked about it in the previous game about what. Oh, here's Luna again, almost getting a shot on. We talked about what Misty, could do for Baz and for Fades. Perhaps, Luna can provide a little bit of that for Prompt and Laxon, some more experience, and obviously Luna and Laxon have played together before, but perhaps could be a little bit of a settler, in the pressure situations.
Oh, definitely. And with Prompt and Laxon being young players as well and kind of needing that guidance, I think Luna can definitely bring that to the team. And I think at the end of the day, of course, they're here to compete. These teams want to win. But I do think it's really cool that that Orgs are looking at the kind of up-and-coming players as well, and I would absolutely call Prompt that. Being 15, being, I guess, relatively new to the competitive scene, he's got a long way to go and a long way to build that kind of consistency with his plays.
And the up-and-coming talent as well, it's massive for the region. You only have to look at, what Europe has done, just emerging all of these French beasts that are 15 years old, and it's huge. I know when you're a player, when you're at the top, you don't want these up-and-comers, you want to stay at the top for as long as possible. But certainly for OCE's future, it's great to see, as you said, these younger players, but you still need the older players alongside them to help guide them through. And make sure that they can reach their potential. Here, though, half a game left. And it is Team Power. Looking pretty comfortable so far. Ground Zero keeping the pressure on. Certainly hasn't been a one-sided game one. Ground Zero not looking too bad.
No, definitely not. But Power still not letting Ground Zero have too many opportunities here. And yeah, I agree. The older players still do have it. I mean, look at Torsos. Torsos is tied with JNaps for most major attendances, almost land attendances, 12 lands. Torsos has been in the scene for such a long time and still keeping up with those young guns.
Yeah, he's certainly invaluable for the region as well to have a bit of a more experienced head. It's crazy to say. That's an enormous clear and an open net does get Ground Zero back within one. Power just caught napping a little bit, and the clear coming through prompt. Well, it's his lucky day.
Here's us talking about egos. You got to be careful with your rotations and not press up too far. 2-goal lead doesn't mean too much when you've still got almost 2 minutes left, I'd say, in this game. Yeah, you got to be careful with those.
We did see them falter before Team Power. So let's see if this time they can be perhaps a little more on their guard here. Prompt with the touch. Makes it up over the top of Banana Head. Torsos parries it to the side. Does find Luna, though. What can he do with the ball? Delays his flip. Goes to the 50 on Fever. Gets it to the corner. Minute 20 for Ground Zero to get to work. It's been a lot of time in this blue half. Power not usually defending this much in OCE. There's a double reset. Lacks a double. You're kidding. Off the bar, off the ceiling. Reset. Backboard double. Ties it up.
What a shot. Laxon giving me one of the best goals I've seen so far tonight. I think that was incredible.
Wow, all of a sudden we thought Power, they're in cruise control. They're 3-1 up. They're going to walk away with game number one. Well, Ground Zero have had other ideas. Torsos trying to get a quick one back. Bumped off the ball. Banana Head's there trying to set up Fever, who just has to sit deep in net. And this offense from Ground Zero, as we said, it's been a lot of time in the blue half. It's paid dividends finally. 3-3.
Luna now with a 50 on Torsos. Going to try and get the ball past Banana Head as well. Going to take the ball back into the corner. Fever going for a pass, gets demoed. Laxon again with a clear, maybe a little bit too much of a heavy touch, and Torsos is going to get the ball back down their offensive end. The ball, this is just a game of ping pong at the moment.
Yeah, we're not really seeing the Power demos. As I say that, Torsos does get one, but these touches, they're not really as effective as we're used to seeing from Power. Fever with a bit of space, leaves it for Banana Head. Here's the link up, but again, it's just a Torsos, but no one's there. Infield pass, double commit coming through. Prompt trying to keep it in. Ground Zero really have Power a little bit rattled at the moment. That bump doesn't quite work out. Fever's handed the ball up. Torsos is awkward. 15 seconds left. Are we going to get another overtime? These games have everything so far in day one.
Oh, definitely. We're seeing the players scramble quite a bit now, down both ends, I'd say. But Ground Zero definitely can be keeping their composure. And surprisingly, Power seem to not have that kind of in this game one.
Oh, almost there. Fever getting handed the ball. Laxon, is he going to want to keep it up? Does he want overtime? Banana Head, he wants this ball in the air. Carries it. Looks for an extra touch. One more over the top. Has Banana Head done it? He has. The 0-second goal. Ground Zero will wish that they put that ball down. Banana Head over 1, 2, 3. Gets game one.
Oh no, a little bit of a touch there from Luna, just to, I guess, kind of, would you call that known goal?
It could have been down. It could have been barred down. You're right. He might have helped that stay up in the air in the end. Oh dear.
I feel like Banana Head probably would have gotten the touch on it anyway. Yeah, so not too much to blame there, but yeah, Power really they did have to fight for that. I will admit.
Yeah, they certainly had to work for it, and Ground Zero did so much legwork to get there to force the 3-3, and we thought, you know what, they've probably earned themselves an overtime here, and probably deciding to keep it up was the biggest mistake, and handing the ball to Banana Head in his back corner with 100 boosts is one of the most scary things you could possibly do, but certainly an entertaining game one.
Definitely, you don't want Banana Head running the entire field with the ball. He's not going to miss if you give him that opportunity. But yeah, Power obviously not wanting to go into round 5 tonight, wanting to secure this win. I don't know that it's going to be, again, like if this had been at the start of tonight, we would have potentially looked at a sweep. I don't think it's going to be a sweep. I think this could go to game 5 with 2 teams.
Yeah, it felt pretty similar to when we saw in the first round the second round with Kib Gang, and almost again there. We saw, well, potential. We saw potential for another upset, and we didn't really see that at all last split from Team Power. They kind of just did their own thing. They, were the first ever OCE perfect split. Everything was going flawless, but early days here in split number 2. Have the other team stepped up? Do you think, Morgan? Do you think it's more Power of not taking the foot off the gas, but they're obviously in a great spot, or is it the other teams that are really pushing and fighting to bridge that gap?
I think the other teams are pushing quite a little bit right now. We've definitely seen quite an increase in talent, I'd say, and with the younger players. But I would say it's a little bit of both. I think Power have definitely put the foot off the gas a little bit. Definitely in their aggressive plays. I would usually call them an aggressive team. But they seem to be kind of giving Ground Zero a little bit too much space right now.
Yeah, certainly too much space early in game number 2 as Luna seemingly missing an open net follow-up, and it was a whifty on the second touch there from both sides. Could have been Ground Zero's perfect start, but yet again, Banana Head almost class with the finish. Fever trying to wedge it in. Luna has to make the save. He's done so well to keep that one out. Fever keeping this ball in. More demos coming through. Ground Zero in a lot of trouble early, but Power yet to capitalise.
Yeah, Power taking a little bit too long to sink the ball in the net there. We saw the demo from Torsos on Luna as well, creating a little bit more of a 3-on-2 advantage, but Ground Zero able to get themselves out of trouble very quickly. We're going to see a shot now from Prompt. He's going to go up potentially for the double. Can he get it? What pass one straight into net. Prompt scores the double.
He's clipping on Power. It was Laxon last game. Prompt this game takes it up. The bump came through. Luna, so much aggression, but Fever caught out under in the net backwards. The double touch, perfect placement, and Ground Zero looking incredibly impressive.
Yeah, Fever definitely caught out a little bit awkward there, unable to get to the ball in time. You're going to see Banana Head take the ball downfield, gets 50 by Prompt though. He's going to get the ball to Laxon, manages to fake out Fever. Ball's stuck in the corner. Luna's going to go for the pass now, looking for a teammate. Banana Head's going to beat into it though and make sure they can't take a shot.
Yeah, Luna's look really impressive. You just see the bumps even there going from them again, and that's that experience we were looking for him to bring to this lineup. Perhaps can add, perhaps not the mechanics of a Baz, but the experience. Looking for those bumps with his placement, his positioning, how he, I guess, frustrates this Power defense has been huge so far. Luna with the touch. Banana Head misses the shot. Fever throws himself 0 boost. Ground Zero, well, Prompt the only one with boost right now, hanging in there. More demos coming through. It has been a rare sight, however, these demos for Power compared to what we saw last split.
Definitely not playing all too aggressively now. CJ, I do have a question for you actually. How important do you think varying kickoff strategy might be right now for, I guess, any of the teams in this competition?
Well, we haven't really seen, compared to particularly Europe. Europe, you almost have to change your casting style. Usually there's a goal, you're talking about it, yada yada, kickoff, but you really have to lock in because every team is trying something different, and I'd love to see it implemented a little bit more. Team Power are probably the first team to do it back, especially now with Ground Zero back in the day, to really implement the kickoff strats. Fever's done a huge whiff. I was just, maybe a little monologue over here, and Fever, a massive mistake. Forget about the kickoffs. Well, they might need some kickoff strats now, Morgie, because Fever's missed that one. Ground Zero have got 2.
Oh my god, not something you would expect to see out of Fever. Usually a very, very solidly defensive player. Fever, I expect to get a stack of saves, a stack of, massive clears causing counterattacks as well. But what a touch from Prompt, just made him a little bit awkward in net there.
And that's a huge fade. Great shot from Torsos using the space. And it did come from that kickoff. In fact, it was a low 50 into a close cheat, and Torsos completely faking out Prompt last man. Fever looking for the bump on Laxon as well. They do get one back. Good play from Power. And they still need one more.
Power managing to keep a fighting go in this, not wanting to run away and let Ground Zero equalise the series score right now. Prompt, the touch in the corner. Banana Head's going to take it down the field. Going to get blocked here though. Torsos with the shot on to Fever. Oh, what a save by Luna.
Still open-ish. No, Luna's back in time. I'm not sure how he's done that. Torsos, can he get one more? He's looking for a doomsy dish. He's bumped his own teammate off the shot. Banana Head won't be happy with that one. Fever's been beaten for free. Torsos has to wait up for boost. Luna's taking it up. He's looking for the bump. He misses Torsos. Prompt there as well. Ground Zero really frustrating and wiring out this Power defense.
Like the retirement is the break Luna seems to have needed. Absolutely has given him a bit of a bit of a refresh coming into this, because Luna is playing out of his mind right now.
It's great to see. Sometimes you can, I don't know, just get a bit more of a feel for the game, a little bit of retirement, work out where your strengths are. And right now, that's a great turn. Banana Head's in big trouble, huge save. Is there going to be a shot? Is anyone there for ground zero? They didn't believe that there was a shot on. Could have got a third on the board. They still have the lead, but it is awkward. There's the shot. There's the placement for Banana Head. A 2-goal swing for Team Power.
What a beautiful shot from Banana Head. Perfect placement, straight through the defenders. Prompt just couldn't get down off the backboard in time. That was perfect for Power to be able to equalise this game.
Wowee, Power, they'd be pretty lucky there. You saw Banana Head made a huge save down the other end, but there was just no one from ground zero to follow up all the good work done in offense, and instead they've lost one down the other end. 2-2, Laxton with a free touch though. Does he get the pass? He finds Luna almost. He was looking for a bump or a touch on the ball, found nothing. Torsos beaten for free. Demo on Banana Head. Last man is Fever. In big trouble. Luna just trying to get it centre. Trying to find Laxton. Passed out. Banana Head gets the touch.
Well, great defense out of Power just then, in a lot of trouble, a lot of hot water, trying to make sure ground zero doesn't get their heads up on them. We're seeing a bit of messy play, a few bumps, few teammate bumps and things we don't want to see right now. Shot on from Fever, prompt there for the save though.
Oh, wow, again, Luna almost was dumbfounded that he would have had a free touch in the middle. He couldn't get it. He had 100 boost, 20 seconds left. We're going to get overtime from ground zero. Create something here. They need to get it out of defense first. Fever flipping forward, trying to find boost. It's a double demo. Oh, goodness. Is it going to be down the other end? Almost a bump. Fever's almost scored it himself, but he's handed off to Prompt. 10 seconds left. Ground zero might pinch it.
Absolutely nothing Fever could do there. He did his best to get the ball over the net. Did manage to do it, but just a little bit too low on the follow-up. Prompt, great positioning there to capitalise on that and managed to get, I guess, dunk it over him.
10 seconds, kickoff strats galore. It's a double kickoff into a fake. Banana Head trying to find a pass across, finds Torsos over to Fever. Is it the perfect play? Drop down Banana Head. Torsos, he just needs to work it around the corner. Banana Head misses! Ground zero equalised the series. Power, they drew it up on the whiteboard, but you've got to complete it on the pitch. They don't get the shot. Wowee.
Oh my god. Oh my god, CJ, I am speechless. The two misses at the end there. That, and arguably both Banana Head and Torsos in a very awkward position to shoot their low boost as well. That was very difficult for them, but that would have been amazing. Like our first game, an amazing last minute shot or last second shot, and would have taken us to OT.
It would have been devastating for ground zero to drop one of those again, but wow, Team Power, as you said, 2 chances to score. Banana Head probably had more time than he thought, and he kind of threw himself at the ball, didn't quite work out there, and well, ground zero do get some reward for effort. They'll be thanking their lucky stars after that game, because there were a couple of times where they certainly let Power back into that one, but they do find the win. They tie the series up, and again, we're seeing Power, not quite the team, at least so far, that we saw last split. They haven't had a single, they swept the first series, but apart from that, obviously losing 3-1 to Kib Gang, and then against the Out We Go, they did drop a game there as well. Ground zero looking to create another upset.
I guess other than what we talked about before with Power, do you think there's any other reason that they seem to be kind of lacking their usual style of gameplay right now?
They look a little bit hesitant to really push forward. And as I said, usually, someone's up for an air dribble and they're looking for a bump straight away. But right now there's a little bit of a disconnect. And, I did mention off the pre-show, I'm hearing sort of around the ground that for a lot of teams, scrims are starting to go a little bit better against Power. Perhaps they're not as confident as they were last split when they seemingly weren't losing a single scrim. I don't know if that's playing into their heads or other teams have, I don't want to say figured them out. I know people hate saying that. As we are going to get a pause. Oh, our first pause of the split. Goodness.
Not going to be an OCE stream without one, is it? Really?
There's
really?
always something to go on, but we'll have to find out. I'm sure we'll get an update what's going on, but it looks like there's a slight issue. Not sure who for yet. I'm sure we'll get posted on that. We'll keep up to date. But for now, a phenomenal game 2 from ground zero. Honestly, game 1 was great as well. They could be 2-0 up. They really could be 2-0 up in this series, but they concede that 0-second goal from Banana Head. and then Power nearly pinching game number 2 as well. So Power probably lucky to be 1-1. And Ground Zero, look, I was calling you out for being biased just for picking Ground Zero, but now I'm thinking maybe you're onto something.
I did say no bias. I wasn't kidding. I don't know why you guys are laughing at me. There was no joke whatsoever. This team is a strong team.
I mean, they're looking really good. I just had to think about this team from last split, and you get rid of Baz and you put in Luna, and I'm thinking, okay, you even said yourself, is it an upgrade, is it a downgrade, is it a sideways move? But I'm loving what I'm seeing there. We talk about the experience that Luna's bringing in, similar to what we were talking about with Misty in the previous series. He looks like he's really just, I guess, doing more off the ball, and I think that's really unlocking Prompt and Laxton to kind of have that freedom, for those solo plays. Because Luna, he's fine to not have it. He's going to go look for a bump, look for a demo, and just play a bit more of a supporting role. So far, I'm loving this little experiment from Ground Zero to pick up some youth.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, look, speaking of Luna, like I think you've put that a really good way, saying it's almost kind of like a sideways call. Luna,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say upgrade, downgrade. I think Baz is an incredible player, but like you're right. We're having that youth on the team, having 3 young players on the team, 3 inexperienced players. They're in waters they haven't really explored yet. And I think Baz, as a player, has his days like everybody else, but he can also be a little bit up and down. So I think Luna brings that consistency. Maybe he's not as flashy, maybe he's not as mechy, but it's a different style of player that I think this team needed to be more well-rounded.
Yeah, and I think back to other sort of, a couple of seasons ago, think of Bandits, Smash Rotor and Victus. They were also a team that was like, they'd score the craziest, the Harlem Globetrotters 3-man freestyle plays, and then they could see 10 goals in a row. So sometimes it's good, although you have the young Mechie kids, to have the bit of experience on the team. And I believe that we are pretty A-okay. It was Luna who had some issues, but it seems like he's back in, and we're just about to get this next one underway. So now a best of 3. In this 1-1 series here. And yeah, so far I've got just great things to say about Ground Zero. Team Power, obviously we have high expectations on them. And so far it's not quite the Team Power of last split.
Yeah, definitely not. But I mean, okay, and maybe this is a strange take on it, I guess, but I feel like, whether you're a professional esports player, whether you play, regular physical sports, whether you're a professional in any other field, full stop, and you're a competitor, I feel like when you have so many wins, when you've got such a clean sheet, it's going to end at some point. And I feel like that pressure of knowing that everyone just, they're going to win. They're going to win hands down. Like, no question, no doubt about it. I feel like that can really be detrimental to the mental sometimes. So I feel like when Power starts to lose, and like anybody else, I feel like that can be really hard on them.
Yeah, and it's a credit to, I guess, what Power have done. There's a reason why, as you said as well, we hadn't had a perfect split up until this season, because it's so much easier to be the hunters rather than the hunted. And right here, well, it was open. If Laxton just wanted to shoot, he went for the boost instead. As you said, it's certainly easier when you've got something to chase rather than when you're at the top and you're sort of wondering, where do we improve when we're not really dropping any series to anyone. Right now, seeing a few holes in this Team Power lineup, and Ground Zero happy to exploit them.
Definitely. Or like Paul has kindly dropped in the chat, maybe I'm just cursing Power right now. Maybe
You are 0-1 right now, aren't you? That is true. This might be a bit in that.
I am their worst enemy right now. I am sorry, Team Power. I promise it's not intentional, but I feel like they're just seeming to lose it right now. Prompt with a really good goal to bring Ground Zero up. I want him this next game.
I'm going to say it. You are absolutely... Off stream, she was cursing them, and she was doing all of these weird rituals and chants, hoping that Ground Zero can get the win over Power here. So if you're a Power fan, blame Morgie for this one. But this is a great start again, and it's Prompt just picking up where they left off. The timeout, the little tech pause certainly hasn't affected the momentum. I know there were some Ground Zero fans thinking that I've called it. Well, for some reason, I'm on a Power believer that I've called the pause or the timeout so they could settle back in, but that hasn't happened. It's Ground Zero getting the first goal.
Eva looking to take the ball to the wall now, but does manage to get blocked by Prompt. Banana head in the air now. Hopefully, I was going to say we're going to see a goal on net, but 2 defenders there to save that. Luna again going to manage to clear it to the side wall. We're going to see a shot on from Torsos, though. Gets blocked by Laxon.
Here is Luna now. Low boost in net. Torsos went. Banana Head's last as well. Laxon. Oh, that's phenomenal control from Laxon. He just needs to get it middle. Wedges it. Teammate. Bang. Fever just puts it in. 2-0 to ground zero. Banana Head just got sliced up by Laxon.
Laxon, incredible control there. And Fever popping the goal in, the own goal in that we didn't technically have last game either. But yeah, Power really seeming quite scrambled right now.
Yeah, and even Torsos going for that last touch it's unusual. It feels forced from them. Usually they're really measured about when they go, when they don't go. Great save. Oh, Banana Head follow-up shot in. Oh, Prompt pre-jumping. Is anyone there? More bumps, more saves for Prompt. Ground zero keeping this ball out. They found the counter down the other end as well. This is where Team Power, usually they're straight back on the offense, but just getting caught out by these clears.
I will say as well, Ground Zero seems to be very cool, calm and collected in defense, where we just then Power had a few attempts, a few shots. Maybe they were trying to force Ground Zero out of their defensive rotation just then, but just unable to do that when they're so collected right now.
Banana Head popping it up. Have to let that one go through Luna. That's a great side touch, forcing Torsos to get it, but he's lost possession, and here we go. Prompt, no. Challenged again. More bumps coming through. Fever keeping the pressure on. Banana Head going low. Follow up. Open net again. 3-0, please. Oh, nearly went too early. Laxon walks it in. 2 for him. A brace for Laxon. 3 for Ground Zero. And absolutely firing at the moment.
You know what? CJ in open net is the hardest shot you will ever come across in a game.
Can you say that again?
Oh my god, I thought Laxon was missing that. Oh my god, I'm stressing now.
Wait, did you say that I know it better than anyone? Is that how you
No,
led on
just
to
we know. No, we know.
Okay, I kind of feel like it. Yeah, look, I'll take it. Yeah, I'm fully aware that it's so difficult. But Ground Zero, how good has this been from this young side? Plus Luna. They're looking phenomenal here. 3-0 up, 2 minutes left. Team Power backs against the wall.
Young side plus Luna. I love that. Albeit Luna's... I don't know how old
Yeah,
is
he's
Luna?
young as well.
Probably still younger than us. Here's us calling Luna old.
Yeah,
Here you go,
well.
Laxon. Sorry.
He'll get away with it. It's fine. In terms of professional sense, you know, I was too old. I retired at 23. That was too old. So anyway, they're all young bucks. More shots on net. Laxon with the save this time. Another pre-jump from him and zero boost, doing so well. Fever keeping that ball in. But it is a bit stagnant here. That's a great touch. Luna's awkward. Luna misses. Torsos does get one back. Still need 2 to go, but that's the best case scenario for Power.
Yeah, what was that about 23 being too old? Have you seen Torsos right now?
Yeah, he heard me. He heard me.
He heard you.
Yeah. Big T just puts that one away, and he's ageless. You know, so I heard Formal talking about it in the previous series with Team Power, looking so good right now. But as we said, they've given up a 3-goal lead here, so they still need 2 more, and they might need 3 more. Laxon hat trick. Power caught out again.
Where's Jimmer when you need him? Jimmer, you need to get into the headsets right now, have a little chat to the boys, maybe a bit of a timeout or something. They're just looking, this is not the Power we know.
I mean, they're not. It's not strat stuff. Jim is trying to work out how to get you off the cast based on your record with Team Power. But Fever does get one back. With a minute left on the clock. Still plenty of time, especially with these kickoff strats. Team Power, to give them credit this series. Kickoffs seemingly have gone in their favour, just like that, but they still need 2.
We're going to pay some other caster to come in and take my spot, get Morgie out of here.
The hush money will be inbound.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Oh, less than a minute left, 2 goals. It's a hard ask, but it does happen. We've seen Power do it before. Banana Head with a shot there, but gets blocked. Ground Zero on the offensive now. Ball was almost clear into centre for a shot, but it's gone back down the other end.
It's a great clear. Fever again called out third man. These are the issues that Power had originally back in the day. The third man getting caught out, and just here, just creeping up a little bit. They do need 2, so you can see why they're being more aggressive. More bumps, more underneath with 30 on the clock. Banana Head gets the goal, and it was just bullying in there. Look at Luna, last man. Oh, it wasn't even Luna. It was Laxon getting bumped by Fever. Torsos going low.
Very, very necessary bumps at this point. This is the kind of power we love to see. This is the power we love. The aggressive plays, the bumping, the demos. Torsos maybe needs a few more on the board before we start calling it their usual play, but definitely something that makes a huge difference for them when they're in trouble.
Pure Ground Zero now, 15 seconds left. Your teeth are chattering, you're shaking in your boots. This has happened before. Can it happen again here? 10 seconds on the clock. Luna pre-jumps, Laxon, 100 boost. Can just keep this ball in, you'd think. Fever's missed! Another whiff coming through. Game number 3 going Ground Zero's way. Move on to match point if you don't mind.
Oh no, Fever! This is I said this before with the last whiff, but this is not the kind of gameplay we expect out of Fever. He's usually such a brick wall in defense, and to have a couple of whiffs and let Ground Zero get away with a couple of free goals is just so unlike him.
Yeah, uncharacteristic, but that's kind of felt like the story of the day here for Team Power. Ground Zero get the win. Coming out of the little tech pause there, take the lead 2-1 and a 1 game away from securing that number 3 seed.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a tactical tech pause buff on the line there, but nonetheless, it's given them a little bit of time to regather themselves and regain that game right there.
Wowee. Ground Zero, I was not expecting this. I thought that, if I'm thinking predictions, maybe 80-20, but Team Power, again, getting caught out. And as you said, some uncharacteristic whiffs. Fever, known for really being, I guess, one of the defensive, if not the defensive MVP of the region. His goal line defense is incredible. Always happy to lock it down for this team. When you have Banana Head throwing himself downfield, Torsos throwing himself for bumps, you can rely on Fever last man. But twice we saw some whiffs, some mistakes coming through, and a couple of goals leading to the win for Ground Zero.
Definitely, and something we were talking about earlier on in the game is like what's Power doing differently right now? Why is it Power playing, not their usual selves? Is it Ground Zero really playing out of their minds? A little bit of both, but I mean, just looking at the shot percentage out of that, I think doing the maths on the spot, but 8 shots for Ground Zero to score 5 out of 8 shots taken compared to Power scoring only 3 out of 14 shots. Really goes to show that Power really are pinging shots at net, but Ground Zero is saving them.
Yeah, and it sort of tells you that it was relying on counterattacks for Ground Zero, and that for the credit to them, but a lot of the time that comes down to Power overcommitting, and we saw their third man pushing up. They were awkward and open nets galore, end-to-end goals. Prompts down the other end grabbing boosts. He turns around and goes, oh, there's the ball. I'll put that one in the back of the net, which is uncharacteristic from Power. Usually they're keeping the ball in, they're keeping that pressure, maintaining that dominance, but for now, it has been Ground Zero's game. They're happy to keep playing that counter-attack style, and I need to give credit to Luna, who really, Laxon has been the goal scorer, but I'm loving what Luna's doing. He's certainly being a nuisance for this Power offense.
Definitely, and I feel like just an all-round player this game. So good on offense, so good on defense. Absolutely what is needed right now. We're going to see the ball go down Power's end. Torso's going to take it to the corner and keep control. Gets demoed. Laxon with a shot on. Goes a little bit too high. Luna trying to follow it up, but just pushes up a little bit too far. Going to see Banana take the ball into the air now. Go for a shot. Unfortunately gets blocked by Prompt on the save. What
a save there. He was so out of position. Again, a double commit from Power. Laxon's in the middle. Can he get a free touch shot on? No. Just reaching for that one. Torsos double pinch. One out by Team Power. Laxon scoops up the 100 boost. Pass out. Fever up in time. Backboard. Locked out again. And a double underneath Torsos. Banana Head, is he going to wait? He's going to have to go back. He flies up. Again, these touches, they're not exactly to teammates. Torsos gets the pop. Team Power having to play a little bit of defense yet again.
Definitely very much caught in their half right now, but the strange thing to me is that neither team really seemed to hold possession for too long. We're not having any player...
Oh, what a pass.
I'm going to eat my words. We're not having any player control the ball until that happens. Now we see it. They're listening to us. That's my bad.
Look at the pass from Prompt, sealing into a reset, pops it over Fever, and the trust from Laxon to be there to finish it off. Ground Zero are just looking so impressive. We can talk about how Power don't look like their major contending form, but this is Ground Zero right now, just being so clinical. Fever's just whiffed! Fever has just whiffed!
Oh no, what happened there? I'm not gonna lie, I was listening to you for a second and didn't expect that whiff, and seeing on the replay, Fever. Oh no.
He just side flipped. I don't know if I can say the word on the broadcast, but he side flipped out of the way, and something that, again, uncharacteristic. It's my favourite word today. I've said it 8 times this series. We just not expect to see this. Look at Laxton, who's going ground peach. Oh, Torsos with the save. These boys are feeling it. Fever has to wait in there. The demo does come through, a double demo. What can Fever do? Can he get one back? Huge flick. Laxton off the side post. Ground Zero playing defense, but I mean, sustained offense hasn't really been Power's game, and they're out again here. Here we go. Laxton, one-on-one, pops it over. Fever gets the parry. He has landed very awkwardly. Ground Zero looking so strong in offense.
And Ground Zero really knowing how to kick a team while they're down right now, not giving Power any room to move whatsoever. Really, I think you are right. Some really talented players on this team. But just as I've said that, Fever with a redemption shot comes down the other end and scores a goal for Power.
Yeah, that's a huge goal back, and a lot of time left as well, which is important to get one early, give yourselves time to set up and really compose back into this game. Still a 2-1 lead for Ground Zero. Great shot from Fever. The defense very awkward on the backboard from Ground Zero. Power winning this kickoff, courtesy of Banana Head. Gets one over the top, but hasn't found Torsos. Let's get a huge dunk. Can he land on this again? Drop down, prompt, just getting the touch when he needs to.
Still Power managing to retain possession until Luna flies through and gets the block. Torsos getting blocked by Laxton. The shot goes a little bit too wide. He's going to be awkward now again as Luna comes in to finish it off.
What is happening? Morgie, what is happening? It's a whiff into another whiff. In a Banana Head, just double jumping. Looking like a Yummy Cheese Man playing ranked against bronze threes in his off time. Goodness gracious. 3-1 Ground Zero.
I'm not laughing at Banana Head, I promise. I'm laughing at the Yummy slander, and I'm so here for it. But that is super unfortunate, and I'm going to take your keyword, CJ, but that is so uncharacteristic of Banana Head.
You don't see this. The missed touches coming through from Power. It looks like they've just turned their PCs on and they hadn't been playing at all in between splits. It's just not what we're used to seeing from Team Power, but on one side that has been practicing hard clearly is Ground Zero, looking so good. And again, isolation, last man. Fever has to just go 1-2, but prompts there. Torsos is awkward. Torsos is whiffed. Banana Head with the save. There are more whiffs in this game, Morgan, than we saw from Power the whole of last split.
I think you might be right at that. If we could have a way of counting this and comparing this to last split, I think you're absolutely right. In one series, there have been so many whiffs, not from one player in particular, but from all 3 of Power's players right now, really copying it hard.
Just not what we're used to expecting. It's Power now. Minute 20 on the clock. Minute 20 away from being in round 5 of the Swiss stage, believe it or not. Torsos trying to keep it in. Trying to get that ball down the other end. Can't get the pop over the top. And again, prompt. He's found a teammate. He's found Luna, who's just going to be a nuisance. Laxton pre-jumping early. Gets bumped out of the way. Prompt. 100 boost. Giving this ball in. Minute left. Overcommit again from Power. They're getting desperate. You can tell they're tilted. There's more whiffs, more awkwardness. 55 seconds to get 2 goals.
Yeah, Power with a really hard task right now of staying in this match point. They've got to do something now. They've got to do something quick. Prompt going to get another goal though, potentially. Unfortunately, cannot get it past Torsos. A little bit slow on the shot.
Oh, they're doing this. They just bumped each other. Morgie, what is happening in the round 4 of the Swiss stage? Team Power have just capitulated before our eyes. A double commit. None of them got close. Prompt with the goal. 4-1. Ground Zero about to take down Power.
Power absolutely not playing the best defense there, but gotta say, Prompt, oh my god, the control this guy has on the ball right now, he's just cool, calm and collected. I don't know what's happening. Ground Zero are playing out of their minds.
Another whiff!
Losing their touch!
What is happening? These are the most whiffs we've had all day, and it's from Team Power in the Swiss stage. This isn't a grand final. There's no pressure at all. You can lose. You can win. Goodness me. 5 goals to Ground Zero.
I'm actually really starting to believe in the curse now, and Power, I'm so sorry. I mean, Ground Zero, you're welcome. Power, I'm so sorry. This is not what we expect out of this team at all. I cannot believe this is happening to them. And today, out of all days, it's the Swiss.
Not only an absolute curse for Power, but apparently a prediction expert as well, Morgie. Ground Zero get the win. They move on to the top 8 with a huge victory over Team Power, who now move to round 5 of the Swiss with the potential of not making the top 8.
That is insane and absolutely not what we expected at the start of this series, not what we expected at the start of the day. We thought, I feel like we're all on the same page in saying that we believe that Power would be out round 3. 3 wins in a row, on to tomorrow. And now we're seeing them in round 5 today. That's crazy.
Commiserations, Yummy, for the team that has to get Power, or maybe not, the way they're playing.
Yeah.
Like, are you witnessing the amount of whiffage that we're witnessing from Team Power?
Well, I'm glad that Power finally did an experiment of what it looks like to have 3 CJs on the same team. That was absolutely ridiculous. It was embarrassing throughout too. Even in the game that they won, there was some embarrassing moments. How many times was Fever just missing the ball in front of the net as well? And we saw Fever earlier today win them the series by having 2 of the most crazy saves, and then he couldn't even hit the ball. But, I will say, credit going out to Ground Zero between last split to this split, and obviously Luna having a major addition to there. They looked a lot more direct. We talked about this last series, CJ. They were so much quicker on the ball. Their passes were coming out quicker. They used to be that team that would just go for solo play after solo play. They actually put the pace up here against Power.
Yeah, look, it's so easy, and what we did, it's so easy to talk about Power because it's so unexpected. But as you said, you have to give your flowers to Ground Zero, who looked phenomenal. The mechanics that were coming out as well. Prompt was putting on a clinic. Laxon with a hat trick. As we were saying, Morgan, Luna with just the facilitator. He's that support player that clearly they needed.
Yeah, definitely. And, setting up the counterattacks, managing to get a stack of saves. Luna is an incredible addition to this team. And, maybe he is adding that kind of guidance factor to the younger players, as CJ and I were talking about. But yeah, Luna really, really played so well today.
And over on the other side, I think the major problem we were seeing with Power almost looked like they were, maybe this is a comeback from the major or something like that. They were trying to just be the first to every ball. They were playing so close to the ball constantly. They were double committing because everybody wanted to be up first to the ball, but that was like their main focus. They would win the race to the ball and then hit it into a random spot because they're not actually using the time to get a good touch or anything like that. It was pretty wild to see, but it's not also surprised because I do feel that when Banana Head first joined the team, they had that same issue to a little bit. So they're going to have to really work on it and work on it fast because they only have one more round.
Yeah, the third man was a massive problem. I think I brought that up during Game 4. Back when they first joined, there would just be randomly, I remember we were casting, we were just like, why is that a goal? Like, where's their third man gone? And that was kind of reminiscent of this series. They sort of brought back that, whether that's the pressure or just, I don't want to say laziness, but they maybe just backed off a little bit. But as you said, it's a credit to Ground Zero for capitalizing. And for Power, it kind of felt like a snowball effect, Morgie, where there's sort of be one whiff and then everyone's kind of losing trust, and then there's some more double commits, and all of a sudden Banana Head's whiffing, and then Torsos is whiffing as well, and they really let that kind of affect them.
Oh yeah, definitely. And looking at, I guess, Fever in particular had a couple to begin with, and I feel like that's absolutely something that can tank your mental a little bit. And like you said, when your teammates don't quite trust you and they feel like they have to break rotation to get back quicker, and they're out of position as well, and it is that snowball effect, and it just gets worse and worse if you don't just kind of, just accept that it happens, go next, rather than let it get to you.
Yeah, and Power did have more shots in, I think, every single game throughout that series. But again, it's just a proof of how much they were rushing compared to the likes of Laxon, who is really good at taking his time at times and making quick plays. But look, we got to figure this out, because if Power were the number 1 team and Ground Zero beat them, that also means that NTV are better than Power. So let's figure that out. Round 5, we're going to have NTV versus Power after this break.
twisted. Twisted, twisted, twisted. Keep you got me twisted. Freaked up the week like keep you got me twist. Freaked up the week like keep you got me twisted. Freaked up the week like keep you got me twist. Yeah. Freaked up the week like 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 freaked up the 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 week like keep you got me twist. Twisted.
It has been a roller coaster of a day, and as we sit back down and get ready to finish us off, one game remains, Yummy and Morgie, and well, we've kind of kicked CJ out now. It's his turn to go get ready for other events. I don't know, he's high and mighty more important than us, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe he is, but he's going to be missing out because this has been a bit of a doozy, especially Power, which is why we've had to follow them through the last 3 rounds. We've been following them back to back to back, and from what we saw of NTV earlier, we know anything's possible.
Yeah, I feel like round 2 and round 4 results, I feel like this is not one we want to miss, and I'm actually really looking forward to this.
Imagine being NTV as well, and you're like, okay, well, it's fine. We get to round 5, we'll come up, and we'll have a good chance to make it through to the top 8. And then you're up against Power.
It's a bit of a blow. Yeah, I also kind of feel bad for Ball before saying just like, wow, our game win against Power before really doesn't kind of mean much anymore at this stage. Ball, of course, tried to qualify elsewhere. But yeah, it's been kind of the story of the day. Power's fall from grace post-land. And Yummy, I'm going to you. Like, what would be the catalyst for this?
I sort of mentioned it a little bit at the end of last series, but I do think maybe where they went to the major and they tried to play as fast as they possibly could and outpace people, maybe they've brought some of that back. And realistically, OCE meta, OCE teams, very different to play. You've got to make sure you take the time when you have it. And it never felt like Power did. They always were 100% trying to rush every single ball, double committing to everything. Obviously having a bad day at the same time. And, well, it all led up to this. But you know what? They'll probably still back themselves. They're still in a good position to get the number 6 seed, which realistically isn't too different from the number 3 seed.
But at that same token, Morgie, we saw NTV play earlier. We got to call that game. We saw them go over the top of the Gremlins. We also know how good Tadagane can be from that University League. Do they have the tools to take Power down?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Tadagane in the Uni League is an incredible player, and I feel like this NTV side. I know we spoke about this when we were casting the Uni League, but they have Steve as a sub, and obviously Steve's not playing today. But on that Uni League, Steve and Tadagane together are such a dangerous duo. Tadagane by himself or with these teammates is absolutely a threat as well. This is really hard to call. If this was at the start of the day, Power's winning this. Now I don't know. Now I'm skeptical, but I believe in the comeback.
It says Power under your name, though. It does say Power underneath you, so it seems to me like you do think Power.
And it's a great call. It's a great call. I'm going to back Morgie all the way on this. I mean, look, you guys can watch University League or whatever you want. You can watch your Tonka Truck League as much as you like. But this is where the pressure is on. The big boys come out to play. The experience occurs. And Jimmer, who has coached every single team all the way to a world championship every single time, has the biggest effect. So
I think it's funny you bring up Tonka Trucks because I have them over Physics as well. All right, Tonka Trucks are going through, NTV's going through. This is the direction we're going right now. Yeah, I'm taking NTV because look, maybe this is a superstition thing. I think we found their kryptonite. She's casting this last game, so I will. Something weird's happening today, Yummy, and that's why I'm going NTV.
I don't know. It's hard to see just with the players on both sides of the pitch, I feel like.
Yeah, well, either way, we are going to be jumping, I believe, onto that. It's about 10 seconds away from this point. So it's going to be an exciting one for sure. Power, if they don't make the top 8, this entire region, it will be as chaotic as you can imagine. We'll definitely make for a fun Saturday, but more likely than not, they're probably going through. So Morgie, Yummy, take us in.
Well, they've done it before. Power have struggled after an amazing first split, but you do not get the opportunities to do that anymore. Not with only 2 splits, not with all the points stacked up here. They need to make it through to the top 8, and Morgie have to do it well here to get that top seed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I believe in the curse a little bit. I think there's a real thing to it.
Yeah.
Do I have to do that while I'm mid-sentence? Come on. No, I believe in the curse. but I also believe in the comeback, and I think the comeback is more powerful than the curse. I feel like Power should have this. There's no way they're not making top 8. There's no way they're going to let 3 of these losses get to them today.
I questioned NTV's ability to win up against such 3 good players, but the first goal coming out in 10 seconds in that manner, I feel like if you were already tilted, it's going to make it even worse.
True. Depends on how strong the player's mental are. I mean, I feel like players like this that are experienced, having gone to so many lands, you can't have not learned a thing or two about managing your mental along the way.
You say that, but, Torsos historically not as mentally strong. Fever, has had his moments too. Banana Head isn't maybe as experienced as he looks. And most importantly, when you are the clear best team in the region, not losing a single series, you would definitely not like to lose a single game against these lads. To get the first goal on the board, Banana Head faking underneath with the flick reset.
Definitely Fever with a nice goal to equalise this and keep Power in this first game. I feel like we're going to see a really high scoring game here, Yomi.
Certainly seems possible. Now, I wanted to ask you, because I don't know too much myself about Net. How much do you know about Net? Over on NTV.
Net I'm actually not too familiar with, to be quite honest, Yomi. Like I said before, Tatagane is the kind of player I've seen more gameplay from, but honestly, it's mostly from Uni League. Net and Viz, seen them around, but I don't know enough about them to know their strengths just yet.
Viz has had a few successful RLCS runs. Nothing too major just yet. No top 4s, of course. Tatagane. Last season, as part of Tata's Minions, had his most successful run when he was subbed out. So, oh my goodness, they won't stop scoring. But as he said, we don't know too much about Net. So he's going to be the player that we watch the most of today, I'd say, and see exactly where they lie. At a tied-up game, any score that NTV gets, Power fighting back.
Almost a bit of a dark horse, potentially, Net might be. I love watching a dark horse in this, because obviously the players, the Power players, we know a lot about them. It's always a shock when we see them start to dip in their skill a little bit or see them start to lose. But I do enjoy seeing a player I don't know too much about play really well and, start to create a bit more of, a bit of chaos in the scene, Yomi.
Well, so far they haven't rushed too much, Power, which is what I was lambasting them for in the last series. No longer forcing the double commits out, but even there, Torsos and Fever getting into an awkward position on top of each other randomly in the midfield in a spot where you'd expect the first to go for a challenge and the other to be able to follow up. You may have to rely on individual mechanics as they have got the attack going right now. Banana Head takes it high. Torsos is going to back it off and give it over to Fever. Looks for the pass into centre and the bump. But Banana Head can't get it past the defender. Great defense coming out from NTV.
We need the Banana Head we saw in Copenhagen in that game 1 against G2. Yomi, unfortunately, it hasn't been consistent from there on out. I feel like that's definitely something to work on, but we know Banana Head has that in the tank. I'm just waiting to see that come out from him right now.
It's definitely the reason the Banana Head wanted to join this team is to feel a little bit more unleashed. Previously playing with Scrub and Hunter, he was very much forced to be an almost perma third man, and he looks quite uncomfortable in that position. He looks a lot better when he gets free reign to attack and attack and attack as Fever sets him up here off the wall.
Definitely. I think a teammate like Hunter, who has historically been very, very mechanical, very, very, creative in his offensive plays as well. I agree, wouldn't give too much room for Banana Head to do the same, but we have seen Banana Head do that in the past. We're seeing him score this game, which is going to be really critical for Power right now.
Well, I still maintain that on his best day, Banana Head is the best player in OC. I think you would argue that Fever is probably the best player in terms of consistently performing as Banana Head hits the post, or the crossbar I should say. But yeah, Banana Head has this insane ceiling. He just needs to be able to reach it on a game-by-game basis.
Really great save out of Tatagane right then. We're going to see Net take the ball upfield. We're going to see a demo as well. putting Fever in an awkward position. The ball's going to go free into the air. Viz going to take it to the sidewall. Torsos getting a clear right now, though. Tadagane just able to make it back in time.
Power attempting the counter-attack, but Tadagane completely ready for it. Had to use all of his boost, and now counter-attack attempt from NTV as Viz picks it up and looks for the pass.
Ball stuck in the corner right now. Tada passes it into the center. The ball's free for a shot, but no teammate there to actually take it. Power now with possession, taking control of the ball. Tada's going to get the block there, though. Eva taking it to the corner again. Power just seeming very awkward in defense right now.
But a lot of that is down to NTV. They're trying to just keep it into the corner and then go for bumps. Play for almost a position where they can keep the ball in a safe area where it can't be cleared and then use that extra time. Haven't quite got the double demo that they may need to open up the net. They find themselves with only 30 seconds remaining to tie it up.
The ball going to the corner quite a lot. I feel like quite a lot, I was going to say, in this game. It's been in the last few series as well. It is quite a tactic. But it does make me think, defensive players always expecting the ball to go to the corner. Should there be a few more, midfield clears instead that would maybe catch defense out? Potentially, but, Power now up 4-2 with 20 seconds left. NTV need to score now.
It was something we definitely saw from NTV in their first series. A lot of good passing plays. They kind of talked to them about them as a very, very team-oriented team, and unfortunately they haven't had that extra dimension right now. A lot of that is going to be down to the extra pace that Power provides. And there we go. Looks like Power have found their nerve once again, and a 3-goal lead here in Game 1 to finish it off.
This is the Power we know and love. Torsos almost with a wicked shot, wicked angle right there, but it ended up being a fantastic pass. Banana Head in a great position to finish that off and give these boys a nice, decent bit of momentum going into the second.
It's certainly a clean-up game. You started to see that not everybody was rushing towards the ball. I think when you have Banana Head, he's always going to rush, and the real question is Torsos and Fever, whether they're taking their time on the ball or not. But a tough game for NTV after getting 2 early goals. They kind of just let them slip early on, and once they got behind, they were struggling to create those opportunities at the end. And of course, the last 2 goals, you expect that to happen in the last 30 seconds once NTV try to push hard.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think the thing that I'm noticing with NTV compared to the other teams we've seen Power come up against tonight, NTV, they're solid. They're great players. And of course, I feel like Power played much better that game than they did maybe in any game of last series. But I think Power, the one thing that I've consistently noticed about them the entire night, no matter how they've been playing, is they've been sending shot after shot after shot at other teams' defenders. I think we saw a really high amount of shots that game. I think it was 10 shots for Power that game compared to 4 for NTV. So this series is really going to rely on the back of NTV's defense. Can they be as defensively strong as Kib Gang that we saw in that first series earlier on with Power? I don't know.
It is time to find out as we head to game number 2. And for NTV, I feel like you can't let this one slip through your fingers. See, because they struggled with the offense in the second half of that last game, and it will be up to maybe Tadagane, who's been able to break the defense multiple times earlier on in the day.
Definitely, and NTV, you wouldn't want to be the team who couldn't take down Power on their off day, seeing that 2 other teams have managed to do so. If you're going to do it on any day, you're going to do it today. We're going to see a wicked shot from Banana Head off the ceiling, follow up there as well for Banana to follow it up again. Can't get the shot in though.
Now they've tried incredibly hard, Banana Head and Fever, getting the bumps, the demos, the touches, and yet left completely dry there. We'll still be searching. Speaking of dry, not much boost left over on the orange team anymore. Banana Head in support of Torsos, but he opts to slow it down and go for the solo play instead. And even now, he's been stuck in that defensive half, and look at the angle out from Fever. Gets the first goal and finally shows off some mechanics.
Fever, take a bow for that shot. That was incredible. And Fever just, I feel like needing that now after last series, after the whiffs we saw out of him last series, that's not the Fever we know. That was a brilliant shot and exactly what we'd usually expect.
Surprising that, a player as consistent as Fever had such a bad series last series. In fact, it gets to the point where you start questioning whether he had his monitor turned on or what, because he's literally just missing balls, but now he's shown exactly what he's got. Put Power in a 1-goal lead, and I'm sure the Power fans right now are feeling a lot more comfortable alongside those players on the pitch.
Oh, definitely.
So they'll be able to make it through that top 8.
I think Power just needs a bit of a refresh. They need to manage to get through today. I think it will be a little bit of a fight with NTV. I still am confident in saying that. I feel like Power does have this though. They need to put down the controllers or put down the keyboard in Torsos's case, have a break, refresh, come in tomorrow, and I feel like we're going to see the best out of them tomorrow.
And I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen this a lot from them in the past in Swiss, having a bad Swiss and then still doing incredibly well in the playoffs. So it's crazy the amount of difference that a day makes in Rocket League, but you have good days, you have bad days, and then you have today for Power, which has been maybe the worst day, but I won't mind too much as long as they get through. Again, in that number 6 seed position. In fact, if they do get number 6 seeds, which is looking incredibly likely, as long as they 3-0, they are guaranteed it. They'll be up against Ground Zero in the first round and maybe be able to get their revenge.
And wouldn't that be a matchup to see? I think that would be very, very exciting, and like you said, very likely that they're going to get that 6th seed in help. Also, just a compliment on that shot there from Torsos. Brilliant, coming off the roof. Just, spectacular shot, and more of what we would usually expect from Power.
A few little updates around the globe as well. 2-0 up now for Gremlins over the top of Out We Go, who might be living up to their name, unfortunately, here in round 5. Physics currently 1-0 up against Tonka Trucks. Formal currently on prediction alert. Not looking so good for him, but it never has. And then, of course, this is the 3rd match, and it's, currently looking very much like Power will take game 2 at this rate.
I meant to ask you earlier, Yummy, your opinion of the Physics roster. Is this kind of the performance you expected out of them today?
They've had some good matches in the qualifiers so far, and so I'm not maybe too surprised that things have gone middle of the road for them. They have the players to be able to make a top 8, and I'd say they should be upset if they don't. So it's only one game that they're down at the moment. We'll see if that changes.
Yeah, I think that team does have quite even the upset potential to match up against higher teams when they're playing, when they are having a good day. Torsos with another shot there to put Power up 4-0 with 1:30 left in this game.
Yeah, it seems pretty much par for the course at this point in time. At least for this game, it looks like a match point is very much inevitable, and Power aren't needing to stretch too much. A little disappointing, I guess, realistically, because there's a lot of weakness there in the Power rosters we saw from the last game, and a lot of it has been shown that Ground Zero was able to put them on under the pump, and NTV haven't been able to do the same.
Definitely, but I think, comparing the Ground Zero roster and the NTV roster, I think if there was going to be one that if I could, Magic Ball, one of these teams is going to be Power today at the start of the day. If I knew that, I would have guessed Ground Zero over NTV. I do think.
Wow, that's really surprising from the Ground Zero player.
I am being unbiased,
I
promise. Well, I mean, can you, Yummy?
You're correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay, now agree with me.
Because Ground Zero have made top 4s, top 3 in the off season. They've done quite well for themselves, so they're expected to do quite well. NTV kind of came out of nowhere in terms of players to make it into the top 16. You definitely wouldn't expect them to make a top 8, let alone beat Power, because no one's really beaten Power. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they had a really good run day 2, but yeah, definitely was not a team name or even players I would have expected to be maybe in that top 4 necessarily to begin with. But
Yeah, they did beat Ground Zero. So, you know, maybe in a weird system they could have beaten Power by transient properties there. They managed to go through the upper bracket NTV, but again, you kind of just look at the difference between even the qualifiers and the Swiss and the level of nerves that team have once it comes to these qualification stages. It really does make the world of difference.
Definitely. That is GG for Power to take another game in quite a dominant fashion there, not allowing NTV to score at all and managing to score 5 goals themselves. Probably one of the bigger differentials we've seen goal-wise in any of the games today.
Yes. Well, unfortunate for NTV, they're on the back of that one. Maybe the only real people who conceded 5 goals at all, I think, was Power in the last series. They managed to do that by literally not being able to hit the ball. In this case, it was more Power being able to set up some good plays. You can see it ended up being 11 shots through to 5. That was after a 10 shot to 4 in the first game. You can just see the level of domination and pure persistence and pressure that a team like Power are able to put on.
Yummy, I've got to ask, say you're coaching NTV right now and you recognise that Power has now picked up their game from the last couple of series and they're playing a lot better. What do you do? What does NTV need to do to stay alive in this right now?
I'm honestly usually a fan when you're trying to cause an upset is to just purely up the pace and go for really early challenges. So force your opponents to not really have that room to breathe, room to set up a play at all. Try to challenge them kind of in the halfway or even in the defensive half for that number 1 team. Because you know that it is a risky strategy. You're trying to do too much at times, but you're 2 games down against one of the best teams in the region. You may as well give it a go, and maybe it'll expose even some strategies you can use in the future, or get yourself back into the series.
I'm a fan of that as well. Like, if a team isn't too familiar with that kind of, I guess that speed or that level of play, you've got nothing to lose. If it's going to throw you out of rotation a little bit, you've got to try it, especially when you're in match point like this. If Power managed to score a couple of early goals, I feel like it's just GG's for NTV.
One update as well, Gremlins have gone through 3-0 in their match up against Out We Go. So they're going to be in a good spot, but the game differential not so amazing, so they probably will lose out tiebreakers. And still don't have any updates on the Fizz 6 versus Tonka Truck series, so we're going to have to wait a little bit for that one.
Yeah, speaking of Gremlins, Yummy, that is that obviously are they tied 3rd at the moment points wise? I think before this event, before today.
Yeah, tied 3rd. Yeah.
Tied 3rd, yeah. Gremlins doing an amazing job, and last split performed spectacularly. Day 2. Losing to, I believe it was Gingy, and just not having a great day. Was not the kind of performance I expected from them, and to be seated so much lower in this event than what I originally thought was very surprising to me.
We acknowledge how funny it is that Power could not hit the ball in the last series, and now we've had 2 crazy angle goals, one from Fever and now from Torsos. So far in this series, and will even be a second goal in this game. It's starting to seem like a bit of a lost cause for NTV. They have to fight back right here, right now, but they haven't scored a goal in, 8 goals in a row? 9? I think it's 11.
Yeah, I was going to say it's been quite a few.
They scored 4 goals. Power scored 4 goals in a row. It's 11.
11 goals. That would be... That would be so hard on their mental right now to have that kind of downward spiral, that kind of loss of momentum. Power having that, that upwards game of momentum and that traction is huge for them right now. And
we'll just give massive credit as well to Jimmer, who clearly deserves this win.
I was about to say, Jimmer's had a chat to these boys.
We all know that coaches like practically hold on to the controllers. Oh, we're looking forward to a potential first goal there in this third game. And TV need this next goal as well, just to keep it tight. And Torsos, well, he's living underneath the ball at the moment. He's finding every angle.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I reckon? I have a theory. I think I've passed the curse on. I think this is a you curse now. Because I think you're cursing NTV. I think that
I don't believe in curses.
you're saying they need the next shot, and then Torsos scores right on the back of it. No curses at all. Was I not cursing Power?
Can we all let's sit down and chat for a little bit and acknowledge for a second that anything that casters say or do are completely irrelevant to the outcome of the match.
Yes.
And only people who say that are people who try to put more importance in the reality. We all know casters are the least important people in the world.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you there, Yanni. This is all the players, this is all the coaches. You've been casting longer than me. This is a me thing anymore.
Hey, it's a self-burn as well at this point in time.
I like the self-burn.
3-0. And nobody is cursed here. It is just a good performance out from Power. And, at this point in time, with 12 goals in a row, it's starting to feel like you may as well just try and break some records with that streak. No, it's not going to happen.
Almost a very nice shot from Banana Head, but just sending it a little bit too wide there. Fever now in control of the ball, though. It's kind of going to give it away to Viz. He's going to bang it down into the corner. Back to Fever, I guess. Fever now with a shot on target. Fever makes this a 4-goal differential with 1:44 to go.
A pass out from Banana Head back to Fever. That sets up the other one, and I do want to make an amendment to my statement because I did forget something. Casters are the least important people, except for the admin guru who literally does nothing other than watch Rocket League and sometimes tells them to go when they need to start the match.
You know what, Yummy, you said I'm going to make an amendment, and my immediate thought was, and Yummy's about to move into the admin team. And just like that, we see another goal out of Torsos, just stealing the ball off NTV there. Net unable to make it back to the save in time with low boost as well. Not too much he could have done there.
Guru did just type in chat that one time he had to pause, and maybe we could raise a GoFundMe for his poor finger to get that repaired after having to press that button. A tough life for Guru, but we appreciate him nonetheless. Great save there from Banana.
Don't worry, we do appreciate you, Guru. Yummy's just being yummy. Yummy's.
Let's not say we. Can we use the
okay,
I word? In
we.
the future?
I'm
Thank
talking
you.
about me and the rest of the team, Yummy. I didn't mean you. Being
Okay,
grouchy.
I'm not part of the team anymore.
No, not anymore. We're booting Yummy, guys. Torsos with a massive touch there. Fever with such control of the ball. This is so much better play from Power, and I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to score maybe 1 or 2 more. The NTV definitely. I thought this was going to be closer. I thought they'd have a few more goals in the bag, but Power just really keeping them out of offense right now. Well.
Hey, why are you trying to hand it over? Keep going. I'm not on the team.
Yummy's just disappearing for the rest of the stream.
I'm rioting.
Yummy. That's not good passing, Yummy. You're supposed to take the cue.
Hey, well look, if NTV aren't willing to show up, neither am I.
Okay. No, surely, Yummy, you got to show up for NTV. That's how casting works. Viz now with a shot, can't quite get the double. Torsos going to clear the ball now. We've got a lot of back and forth happening. Nanahead taking it to the corner, going to take the ball upfield again. Fever with the pass to Torsos, shot on target. Power have made this a 7-goal lead.
That was a great call.
Thank you.
And a great passing play. 3-man pass play, it's always the best passing play. Keep it simple and keep it direct, and that keeps the pace up as well. A 7-goal lead, and can we do the calculation? Is that 16 goals in a row? I think so.
16? Is it 16 already? Does they have 5? Oh my god. Oh, I do feel for NTV here. They've somehow managed to come up against Power, playing at their absolute best tonight. If they had Power in an earlier series, then maybe the result would be a little bit different. I do think that, you know, Kipgang and Ground Zero potentially would have had the upper hand on NTV as a roster anyway, but I feel like it could have gone either way had they come up against Power, like last series even.
17.
17!
And it won't be 18. It will hit the ground. Power go through, and they will be the number 6 seed, which will remind everyone means that they will get their revenge match up against Ground Zero. While NTV, I think a little unfortunate to have to be up against Power in round 5. Probably the worst possible opponents they could have got.
The worst possible time as well, Yummy.
Well, they certainly got a Power that looked a lot hotter than the previous round. And yeah, as we said, Gremlins are already through with only a +1 game differential. Power +4 cannot be beaten out. Formal. Let's know what happened in that series. Why did you predict NTV?
I mean, look, part of it was for the fun, part of it was the form that we had seen from Power leading into that last game. But realistically, yes, the favorites did win. And I feel like they kind of took advantage of a weakness that we saw from NTV earlier today, where like NTV doesn't control the middle of the pitch. They want to go back and forth, whereas Power, they went straight through the middle. They kind of pinned NTV down on that backboard, and they were starting to hit on some of those really tight angles out of the corner. And that was something that NTV just didn't have an answer for. And then by the time you got to game 3, I think there was some mental boom happening on the NTV side.
Was that your take as well, Morgie?
Yeah, I do agree. And I just think that, I guess speaking of mental Power, just really realizing it kind of maybe hit them a little bit too hard that losing this last series would really, put the dagger in and keep them out of the top 8 for this event, which I feel like that kind of fire in a team and a team that has previously had a clean sheet, they absolutely did not want to lose that.
I do also have some more good news as well for Yummy, because you get to make fun of me for being even more wrong once again. Physics has swept the Tonka trucks, so that has also gone down, which means we now have our complete Swiss stage bracket.
Well, that was a stupid prediction, Formal. So, as you can see, Fizz6 make it through as expected. For those who don't know, that's the old Tiki-Taki roster with Tony, OCX9, and Sour, who have been in the top 8 time and time again before, so they make it through alongside Gremlins, who have made top 4. Look at it was a pretty stacked round 5 compared to normal, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good teams I think could make it through. I mean, I don't even want to finish running off NTV on their day. I think that could be a top 8 team. Out We Go was pretty strong as well. I mean, it's kind of tough though, because there's still a lot of trying to figure out which team is what based on some of these logos that we've been seeing, some of them changing, like kind of obvious. Not sure who the Rocket League car is right now. I think that's Out We Go. This is a real puzzle we have here.
Yeah, I think the real story of today, there's obviously 2 with Power doing Power things that they managed to do today, but the real story today for me was HSP managing to go through 3-1, taking Chiefs to game 5, beating Ground Zero, beating Fizz6. So I'm really excited to see how they manage to go through the quarterfinals.
Well, we'll see. They've got what could be a winnable match against sort of that other surprise team in Kib Gang. That one has potential to be exciting. Power versus Ground Zero as well. Morgie, which matchup is catching your eye?
I feel like the Kib Gang HSP matchup is catching my eye at the moment, just because Kib Gang was the team that, like I said, coming into this, I had a feeling about them as a roster. I feel like they are that mix of, players that have come from really strong teams beforehand. So that is a team I really have my eye on. It does seem like Power wasn't playing at their best today. In that first series, is Kib Gang playing really well, or is Power playing really poorly? And I think it was a bit of a mix of both. So I'm really keen to see how they go against a roster like HSP.
It does also go to show here that the game differential really matters, that losing one single extra game cost Quick Trip Pioneers the chance to be on the opposite side of the bracket as Power. They could have been up in the top half where we see Chiefs Esports, who are the number 1 seed there, and will probably be very happy, except for the fact that Gremlins have managed to get a Game 7 upset against the old Chiefs. Maybe they'll be able to do the same tomorrow. So that could also be an interesting match.
I mean, the Gremlins also got the Game 7 win over Kaka's Minions like split number, like regional number 2 last split as well. So the Gremlins are very familiar with beating that team. So definitely not one you'd want to overlook. But I do want to agree with Morgan. I think for, that third matchup between Kib Gang and HSP, what an opportunity to get into that top 4.
Definitely, and I think we're looking at so many good matchups tomorrow. Like you said before, with Pioneers being on the opposite side of the bracket to Chiefs, or not, I guess on the same side as the bracket to Power. If Power are playing tomorrow like they were playing in that final series just then, I feel like that is going to be a hard run for the Pioneers, and I reckon it's going to be a hard first game for Ground Zero as well.
We won't have to wait long. That's going to be the very first game tomorrow. Yummy. I mean, that's a fun way to kick it off.
Sure is, and I do want to give a little shout out here that if you are a team organization and you are looking to pick up some teams, I mean, we got 3 right here, Kib Gang, HSP, Gremlins. I think all 3 of them are fantastic pickups. Kib Gang, as Morgie said, maybe a chance at the major. HSP has been an absolute revelation over this event so far, and I don't think they'll get the upset over Kib Gang, but you never know. And Gremlins, I mean, they've been without an organization for far too long at this point in time. They need somebody. So if you need any help, hit me up. But otherwise, go hit those guys up and pick them up and give them some support.
It would be so good to see, a top 8 finally once again be filled up with all orgs. It's been, when was the last time that actually happened? I'm trying to think back. When was the last time we actually filled up all top 8?
Maybe maybe RLCS season X almost.
Yeah, I was thinking
X. We had a lot of organizations because the majors were all done for the top 16, so you didn't have to make it to the top 2 in order to get onto the big Rocket League channel.
I mean, it would have been an amazing time to see, but we've still got more amazing times in front of us now. Do make sure you tune back in tomorrow if you haven't followed already, because the top 8 is going to be kicking off here at Fortress Global. Thank you so much for joining us once again. A shout out to all of the talent, and a shout out to CJ who left earlier before, Guru, Dover, and of course Chris. But until then, any last final words that you want to just cut me off with, or?
To Guru, but shout out to everyone else, and thank you everyone for coming along and enjoying the return of OCE RLCS. I hope you all had a fantastic evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow, right?
See you all tomorrow.
Like keep you got me twist.